The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match start.
5-star performance.
Goal for Big Fish.
It's
Jack Drayton!
You know what makes sense? It makes all the sense in the world. His third crack at a ton plus checkout.
Triple 18 for the double. And 3-1 it is.
Jemai Vanden Heren.
The job done to get it wrapped up. Tots is what he wants. And Tots is what he gets. To wrap it up. Double 19 to complete the Shanghai 19 to take us all the way. But this might well change things. Change things it does.
Mike Warburton.
Pinch the first leg.
Shot
And then
second
hits a
leg.
Shanghai to win leg 2. It's the final day's worth of action in this Group A, and the race to the line is going to be exhilarating. 4 players in with a realistic chance of crossing that checkered flag and securing the first spot through to Saturday evening's final. Well, it's a bumper day's worth of sport here on the south coast of England, and we've got a super day here at the Super Series. 4 players, as I say, in the mix realistically to get the first spot through to Saturday's final, where it's the debutant Carl Batchelor who leads the way going into Wednesday morning session, which we're going to be watching in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson. Great to see you again. And look, sometimes we come into these Wednesdays, we think, well, this player just needs to win a couple of games to get the job done, or we get a real good clue as to who's going to win the group. It's fair to say this morning that the absolute opposite applies, because yes, Carl Batchelor's a 2-point lead, but you can realistically say that 4 players have got a very good chance of crossing the line this afternoon.
Yeah, we always say after Tuesday, if you can be within 4 points, you've got a really good opportunity, because you can still beat the people ahead of you. And if you can beat the people underneath you in the table, you have got a genuine chance of topping the table. We have seen some fluctuations over the last couple of series on Wednesdays, but today we have 4 players from Nathan Potter all the way to Carl Batchelor at the top who can genuinely win this group.
So that's how the land lies. As you see, Carl Batchelor with a 2-point lead over Jack Cole, Jemai Vanden Heren, Nathan Potter. They're going to be battling out for top honours. But in terms of Carl Batchelor, on debut here at the Live Lounge, and every time that we pose a question, or maybe we have a little doubt, he seems to answer them emphatically.
Yeah, I think the way he's played over the first 2 days, he should be really proud of himself, because I don't remember him having a bad game. Even the games he's lost, he's played very well. So his reputation in the practice room now is, I've got to play really well to beat this guy. And I suppose the biggest thing about Wednesday is, can you close the deal? The first 2 days, he's won more games than anybody else. That's simply what you have to do. But can you close it out? That is a very different skill.
But he's the favourite in the betting because he has that 2-point lead. But who else should we look out for? Who do you think could have a real say in winning the group and potentially going on to win the group?
Based on what we've seen here over the last couple of years, who is more likely to have that thunder-busting day? And that's Nathan Potter. If he can just get things together, if he can get rid of that erratic dart at double top or double 10 and just be a bit tidier, I can see him possibly having a big day today. But it will have to start from the off. If he's 4 points to 6 points behind going into round 2, round 3, he's toast.
Jack Aldridge and Nathan Potter played game 1. Does it feel like a case of the loser's probably out of it? And for the winner, how much does it set the tone? Because you've got points on the board before anybody else has played.
Well, we did say that yesterday with Aldridge. It does set the tone. If you get off to a good start, you're going to have a good day. If you don't, it's going to be a speculative day. But this first game is huge, but so is Carl Batchelor's first game. If you can get the win and then Carl were to lose, very much game on.
It is 18 plus and it is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series on this Wednesday morning. Right, let's get into the action then, shall we? Game 1 of the session sees Nathan Potter and Jack Aldridge in action. And for Jack Aldridge, yesterday wasn't quite the same heady heights that Monday provided for him. He's hoping to bounce back today and hoping to get over the line and make it through to Saturday for a second consecutive appearance. Let's hear from him now. I caught up with him earlier on this morning. Jack, 2 days in, as far as your Group A is concerned, how would you assess the way things have gone up to press?
Yeah, I mean, the first day I come in, I started really well. Was hoping to continue that yesterday, but for some reason it just didn't happen. Didn't feel it for some reason, and happy to walk away with the win at the end though. So keep it going today from Monday, hopefully.
So to a certain extent, are you happy the fact you're still in the mix despite maybe yesterday not being a day that went to plan for yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I could have been in a better position really after the first day. But like I say, I'm still in it, and hopefully today I can produce what I did Monday. It's
a tight group. How important is getting off to a good start today?
Yeah, it's vital. It really is. Being on first today as well, hopefully I can start well like I did Monday. And hopefully for today I'm there and I've done it.
Does that help potentially in terms of setting the tone? Because, you know, if you can win that opening game, you've got the points on the board and then you can apply pressure to those in and around you.
Yeah, it does in a way, yeah. But I'm the kind of player who just takes like one game at a time. So just keep winning and, you know, it'll sort itself out at the end.
Wish you all the very best. Jack, good luck out there.
Thank you. Cheers, mate.
Well, this first game has the sense of one which has ultra importance towards it, with Nathan Potter taking on Jack Aldridge. Maybe wouldn't go as far as to say winner stays on just yet, but the loser of this would have a lot of work to do. The winner would put themselves level on points with Carl Batchelor at the top of the table. Nathan Potter, whose performance levels, actually, when you break it down, haven't been too bad, but it's just never felt he's properly been able to get going, or at least yesterday he didn't anyway. Up against Jack Aldridge, who on Monday was absolutely exceptional, was averaging about 94 and change. Yesterday, not as productive for the Midlands man. And in position, George Baker, who is going to preside over proceedings on this Wednesday morning.
First
and I
leg,
suppose
it's Nathan to throw first.
Today
Game
the big
on.
question is not, is it coming home, but for whom, who it's coming home for, as far as winning this Group A is
60.
concerned.
I'm actually quite glad, Henry, that that phrase hasn't been used as much over the last 2 or 3 weeks.
125.
Because it gets tiresome. But what never gets tiring is a Wednesday situation here, because what we've got here are 4 players at the top of the
100.
table over the last 2 days, separated in average by 3.35 points.
96.
That is nothing. It is Aldridge who is averaging the most of any player this week, 89.8.
100.
And of the top 4, it is Jemai van den Herik who is averaging the least at 86.45. It's so tight.
100.
And if you do not win this first game, you need Robert Thornton to do you a favour and keep Carl Batchelor at 14 points. That is a fact.
41.
I can imagine that both players are thinking in some respects it's the perfect game, but in others it's the
100.
worst possible game to open up the show with.
Like Aldridge was just saying, you need to get off to a good start.
118. Jack, you require 80.
Get off to a good start against someone that you're trying to stop at the same time. Not the worst thing.
60.
And that one didn't go in
Nathan, you
because it hit a
require
previous
82.
flight.
So Potter here, to save his throw, is going to have 2 in hand, a double 16.
Game shot in the first leg.
Well, it wasn't the
Nathan
most
Potter.
convincing of hits,
Second
but a
leg
hit
is
is
Jack
a
to throw
hit. And
first.
Potter
Game on.
finds himself one up.
He was 44% on his doubles on day 1. But yesterday, Nathan,
100.
down to 30%. That reduction in accuracy at the end of legs. It did cost him quite a few points yesterday.
140.
But he's got a ceiling that can usurp everybody in this table today. If he can find 5 wins from 5
57.
and a really big level, I think he's the person who could vault his way up the table. We've just seen it before, and we can't forget it.
91.
And sometimes in a table like this, it's the player that has the X factor that can sometimes just find something when they're really put under it, and then that is the prevailing factor. And for Nathan Potter, you get the sense of the 4 players involved. He is the player with said X factor.
60.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the biggest average of the week. Aldridge does. And that was the first game of his week.
68.
I think for Aldridge yesterday, it was just a bit untidy at times compared to Monday, but we hold him to very high standards.
50. Jack Recall 136.
So 136 to level up at 1 apiece, not to be this time. However, he's going to leave himself
96.
incredibly
Nathan,
handy.
you've got
Tops left
160.
if Potter cannot convert the 160.
That's gone.
100.
But
Jack
he's well
Recall
positioned just in
40.
case Aldridge does have bother on tops.
Game
And he
shot
doesn't.
second leg. Jack Aldridge.
That's a very good find.
Third leg is Nathan to throw first. Game on.
Here's a really strange
100.
set of circumstances. The doubling for these guys over the first 2 days is identical.
96.
And I don't mean just accumulatively, as in Monday and Tuesday put together. I mean daily. 44% for
100.
Aldridge and for Potter on Monday. Both players 30% yesterday. So the reduction in accuracy wasn't just happening to Potter, it was
137.
happening exactly the same for Aldridge.
Well, it felt like an overall reduction in terms of performance across the board yesterday. And the highlight
100.
performance actually came in the opening match of the session on Tuesday when Carl Batchelor piled in that near 103 average to get the better of Mike Warburton.
58.
To put that in comparison, on Monday we had 4 ton plus averages, including 2 in one game, including 2 ton plus averages for the day for Jack Aldridge, who had that 104.5 against Nathan
145.
Potter. It was a humdinger of a contest Monday's meeting. 4-2, Aldridge run it, and Potter losing despite averaging 100.73 in the contest.
56.
And make no mistake, Potter would like to get a win against Aldridge.
Game
For
shot
multiple
the third
reasons.
leg, Nathan Potter.
It's not just about winning this match right now. It's about just evening the
Full
ledger a
leg is
little
Jack
bit.
to throw first. Game on.
You don't want to go into a Thursday thinking there's a guy in Group A who beat me 3 times. That doesn't make you feel good.
98.
We speak about so often how important head-to-head records can be as the week draws towards a close, and I suppose Nathan Potter's good pal Charlie Manby's a great example of those
100.
7-game head-to-heads, which can have a real sway on how a week culminates. Because do you remember the 7-game series between Adam Gavlas and
140.
Charles last year?
How could we forget it? They played each other the maximum amount of times. 5 games, Monday to Friday, and
83.
twice on a Saturday. And Gavlas had the last laugh.
Yeah, they certainly spent enough time on the hockey alongside one
66.
another. Not going to see Adam Gavlas here for at least a couple of years. He's now on the PDC Pro Tour.
58.
He made it to a Champions Night. Didn't get into the semi-finals, but
140.
it takes a lot of effort to make it to the final night of the series, which is actually not that far away. Just over 3 weeks now.
29. Jack, you require 57.
Face the fact that the first half of 2026 is gone.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
And the first
Jack
half of this game is
Aldridge.
gone. And we're locked at 2-2.
Fifth leg is
Well, Nico,
Nathan to
let me
throw
say this
first.
to you.
Come on.
A pinch and a punch, and welcome to Champions Week month.
100.
Depends where you get the punch off. You don't want it off Lennox Lewis.
I want it off a big Boris, put it that way.
100.
They've been jousting these two. It'll be interesting to see who can get the lead
60.
in this fifth leg. As we get towards the end, can somebody press the turbo button? It's been a very decent game so far.
96.
Doubles have been very impressive. These are the kind of numbers that you want for your doubles all day long to make that big
100.
impression. Somewhere between 40 and 50%. We
84.
will go through Carl Batchelor's numbers in the next game, and you are going to be impressed. That I can assure you.
How can you assure that I'll be
100.
impressed?
You're going to be impressed, all right? Because what he did yesterday was better than anybody
100.
so far this week.
Nathan, you require 141.
141 for what will be the fifth consecutive holder throw in this contest. Aldridge looking
87.
for the
Jack
elusive
require
break at the perfect
121.
time, because if he can find this 1-2-1, he'll find himself throwing for the match in the next leg, and he should get a poke at least at the bull. And the bull it is. And
96.
that wasn't too far away. That was a well-thrown dart. Decent effort.
Nathan, you require 54.
Chance to hold.
Game
That
shot
is a
of
lovely
fifth
dart,
leg,
and that's
Nathan
what we were
Potter.
talking about at the top of the show. If you can just polish up that kind of thing,
Sixth leg is Jack to
he's
throw
got a
first.
wonderful
Game
chance of
on.
winning this group today. And he's already won a Group A before in the previous series. So he knows how to get it done. But this is a very, very different set of circumstances.
180.
When he came into Wednesday in the previous series, he'd won 10 from 10.
As you can see there,
140.
every single leg in this contest so far going with throw. Aldridge is hoping that trend continues to take us all the way. And he's 6 into the 9 to do exactly that.
180.
This is not the ideal time for a 9-darter,
100. Jack, you require 141.
but he wants it anyway. That will have to wait. The ideal time to get a 9 is
82.
the last leg, because then you can really enjoy it.
Perfection is on the back burner for now for Jack Aldridge, but
140. Jack, you require
importantly,
59.
this is to take us the distance. Double 10. And to Nathan
49.
Potter's credit,
Nathan,
he
you
is
require
lurking around. Left himself a 1-2-1 after 9 to win the match. And he should get at least a dart at the bull. Didn't even contemplate the treble.
81.
And then found a
Jack, you
wide.
require 10.
You're right, he stuck around and gave himself a chance. Does he get another?
No
Look at
score.
Potter in the background, eagle-eyeing that shot as if to say, if you miss,
Nathan,
you are going
require 40.
to lose this match.
Double top
Game
for
shot.
13
And the match,
darter to bring
Nathan
the game
Potter.
to a close. An important win for Nathan Potter, but an even costlier defeat for Jack Aldridge, because now he really is going to be chasing the town. He's going to have to rely on Carl Batchelor losing a few matches here and there. The scoring was absolutely fine, but 2 from 11 on the doubling was his undoing. For Nathan Potter, he has put himself very much in the mix. We're going to see Carl Batchelor for the first time today after the break when he takes on Robert Thornton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, we saw Nathan Potter get the better of Jack Aldridge by 4 legs to 2, average just underneath the 90 mark, 4 from 8 in terms of his finishing. And the Pinner Potter is looking to put himself in position to win this group, which that man in your picture there, Carl Batchelor, has control of as he takes on Robert Thornton in game 2 of the morning session. A 2-point lead for Batchelor has been whittled away by Potter by virtue of winning that previous contest. Taking on Robert Thornton, who finds himself at the bottom of the table. But for Carl, the 31-year-old from the Potteries, is hoping that his dream debut is going to see him win Group A. And do you know what? I was thinking about this overnight, Nico, and there's a lot of similarities between what Carl Batchelor's doing here and what Steve Green did during his debut campaign, where we didn't know too much about him. Yeah, we saw 1 or 2 numbers that might be indicative of the fact that he may well be able to do some decent stuff.
57.
But he's proved it, shown it on the stage, just like Steve Green did during his debut week.
I think that is a perfect comparison.
140.
Because he went on to win Group A. He didn't win immediately, did he? But when he came back, he did.
60.
And it just goes to show there are people around the UK, around mainland Europe,
121.
who might be known in their immediate area, but when they spread their wings a little bit, they can actually make some headlines. Do you know who used to be like that? Around 2005, 2006? Robert Thornton. And then, boom. World Masters. Made his World Championship debut,
40.
and he never really looked back.
I like to call it the Johnny Haynes theorem, because every town has a Johnny Haynes. A very,
47.
very good player, but doesn't tend to travel.
I was going to say it. Every town's got a guy wearing cargo pants. Because that's what Johnny does.
Some towns more than others.
140.
In Portsmouth, it tends to be tracksuit bottoms.
96.
Now, this is a
Carl, you
strong
require
start from
60.
Carl. The question on everybody's lips today is, can he close it out?
Game shot in the
The
first
thing
leg.
is,
Carl
he's
Batchelor.
starting with a 14-dart break of throw, and you immediately
Second leg
think,
is
of course
Carl
he's going to
throw
close this
first.
out.
Game on.
So impressed by him.
You asked me the question
54.
yesterday morning when we had the odds list up. Who looked like value? And I speculatively said 92 on Bachelor.
100.
That seems a bit long. Now it looks silly.
99.
Well, put it this way, the bookies think that Bachelor will be the Bachelorette come the end of the day in this Group A. 21-20 favourite to win the group at the beginning of play.
83.
Robert Thornton was the only one of the 6 that couldn't go on to mathematically ascertain Group A success at the beginning of the session.
58.
For him, it'd be about trying to pick up a few wins and then hope that Group C correlates a little bit more positively on Thursday and Friday, where
55.
I mean this in the nicest way, Robert, but when you consider who else is in there, you might well be the senior statesman in there. When you got Kaya Basil, who's turning 16 tomorrow, will be
100.
playing on his 16th birthday. Mason Whitlock, who's in his early 20s.
Think about what you were doing when you were 16. If you had the
54.
opportunity to play against a living legend on your 16th birthday in a TV production, I think that's pretty good.
140.
Kaya Basil tomorrow's got a guaranteed game against Robert Thornton on his 16th birthday. That's brilliant.
Come back to him in the next leg, because
83.
Bachelor
Carl,
here
you
is looking at
require 50.
50 to open up a 2-0 lead.
Ten. Robert, you require
Well,
126.
first sign of a blink, but it may not be a catastrophic one unless Thornton could have taken out the 1-2-6.
86. Carl, you require 40.
Let's see if 2-0 is the
Game
score.
shot
It
the
certainly
second
is.
leg. Goal,
And
Bachelor.
you shouldn't be surprised by that, considering how impressive his doubles were
Third leg
yesterday.
is Robert to throw first. Game up.
51% for the day for an ADC qualifier against this field. I told you you'd be impressed.
45.
I'm more impressed than Shania Twain was. Or Shania Twain.
Who's Shinier Twain?
42.
But go back to Kaya Basil.
100.
There was once upon a time, school of thought, years and years ago, a young player coming into an environment like this, oh, they're going to be overawed by it. They've not been used to anything like this before. But
60.
actually, in terms of debutantes coming into this competition, there's probably not many that's had as much stagecraft, as much time in front of the lights, in front of the cameras as Kaya Basil has.
180.
Played at Lakeside last year. Has played in plenty of stuff on the WDF circuit and gone deep enough at enough events to have played on stage in front of streams and cameras. This would just feel like,
140.
to a certain extent, a little bit like another day at the office.
Yeah, because he's played the Junior Power League this year as well. Down at Hangar 61 in
83.
Bristol. Make no mistake, when this place started opening its doors to the players,
121.
it has
Robert, you require
opened
93.
the ears and the eyes to the darting world as to how to make dart players better.
39. Carl, you require 138.
If you don't think this place had a really big impact on Luke Littler's career, then you are sadly mistaken. That was an interesting idea from
98.
Carl, going
Robert,
for
you
two
require
treble 20s
54.
and double 9. It nearly paid off.
Couldn't find the 138 to trouser the leg.
Game shot in the third
As
leg.
Fulton finds the
Robert
tops to get
Thompson.
his first leg on the board.
Do you see
Fourth leg
celebration
is
there when he hit
Carl
the
to throw
tops?
first. Game up.
It's almost like he was signalling 6 points in Aussie rules.
57.
Not that he's a fan of Aussie rules. Although he did win his first
47.
PDC title in Australia in Shoalhaven Heads in 2008.
$135. $40.
We've seen that kind of reaction from Robert a lot over the last couple of days. Obviously not pleased
59.
with the scores he's getting on the whole, but we have seen glimpses over the last couple of days that it's very close.
55.
Yes, he's averaging just under 80 for the week. His doubles are at 30%. But encouragingly,
100.
his ratio was much better yesterday than it was on Monday. 43% yesterday. His biggest issue
85.
was
Carl,
that he
you
only
require
had 21 darts at a
150.
double. Just needs to get a few more chances.
Chances which in this leg don't look as if they're going to come. 6 on the
45.
150 for Batchelor, although hasn't put the biggest hold on that. Still left himself in free dart range.
59.
That is
Carl,
going to
you
be
require
academic any which
105.
way.
Textbook stuff.
89.
But he will return for double 8. Instead of banking a leg in 6 visits, he'll have to maybe get it done in 7.
66.
But importantly, it
Carl,
gives
you
him a
require
2-leg
16.
buffer in the contest. Costs a double 4.
12. Robert, you require 149.
Oh, there was a little bit of a shift in the shoulder there, wasn't there? He's not going to be punished. But is this where
42.
Batchelor just starts to think
Carl,
a little
you
bit more?
require 4.
It's not coming as easily as it has earlier in the week.
Game
But he's
shot in
done
the
very
fourth
well there
leg.
to get that
Go,
3-1
Bachelor.
lead.
And look, there would be no surprise because for the first time in this group,
Fifth leg is Robert to throw
Cole
first.
Batchelor had
Game
something
up.
to protect He's just been enjoying the free ride for 2 days straight. But when you're top of the table overnight going into Wednesday, I don't care who you are, I don't care how you feel. You know you've got something to protect, and you know that everybody else is chasing you down, and you are the scalp that everybody wants to get.
21.
So on Monday morning, who had the target on their back?
I'd say Nathan Potter, personally.
140.
I can get behind that. And yesterday, it felt like Aldridge.
But mainly because he was top of the table after day one. He was the best performer on day one. So say those 2 ton-plus averages meant that everybody felt he was the standard bearer, was unable to live up to that. And that's something that Batch should also be aware of, the fact that he would have seen one player have one good day and then it not happen on day 2. And players are very wise as to what's happening around him. And he'll be hoping that the same thing doesn't happen to him on Wednesday.
Oh, there's a first.
84.
He chose to go for 16s on 80. I can say, hand on heart, having known Robert a long time, I've never seen him do that.
43.
Imagine probably a bit of a blockage. Kind of forced the hand of Thornton to go that way as he gets his running repairs in order. And has a look at this 73 to bring it back to 3-2.
Game shot in the
which
fifth
is found
Robert Thornton.
Through his very fruitful friend at double 4.
6th leg is Carl to throw first. Game up.
Now, 2 legs is the most he's yielded from his first game of the day this week. So there's another sign that he's moving in the right direction. Let's not forget, he is playing the person at the top of the table.
140.
And he would like nothing more than to spoil somebody else's day.
And he might be beginning to turn the screw against the man at the summit of the standings. But just as it looked like Thornton was just beginning to get a foothold back into the match, as Bachelor found the maximum just to keep him at arm's length.
125.
Just to emphasise that 180 totals don't mean that much. They're not really an indicator of form.
174.
Well, backing up 180s with a 174 might be, but these two came into today with 11 each. At very different
96.
pulls of the table.
64.
But this is where things could go well for Carl.
Double 8 to wrap up a 4-2 win. It is 2 4s, and that
56.
clips the wire.
Robert, you call 140.
He had an opportunity there of 8 amazing darts. Well, good luck trying to find this treble 20. Give that man a winch. Or a ladder.
60.
Oh, he nearly found it as well.
Carl, you require 8. Game shot.
Carl Bachelor gets that first win of the day on the board. Had to sweat it out a little bit towards the end, but he has got the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 2. He moves himself on to 16 points, moves himself clear again of Nathan Potter. And watch out for that legs difference that he has, because that could be important today as well. He's put another couple of legs on that. Coming up next, we're going to see Jemai Van Hirik for the first time in this session. He takes on Mike Warburton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, Carl Batchelor got the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 2. Game 3, a meeting between Mike Warburton and Jamai van den Hirik. For Jamai, if he can win this one, then he'll move himself on to 14 points, couple behind the tabletop of Carl Batchelor, and it'll be pretty much as you were as far as this Group A table is concerned. For Mike Warburton, he's looking for a little bit of chaos. He can realistically make it through to Group B, but a lot of that you sense hinges on getting a positive result in this one. If he can win this game, he will move himself to within a couple of points of both Jamai and Jack Aldridge. If Warburton was to lose this game, then his chances of making it through into the evening session on Thursday and Friday night you'd feel would be all put over. Because he'd be on 8 points. Jamai would be
First leg is Jamai
on
to throw
14.
first.
A gap of
Game
6 with just 8 points left to play for in this Group A. But it is Jamai van den Hirik to get us underway.
96.
And as far as his week's concerned, he hasn't played poorly, but we've seen him play better. Would that be a fair assumption of the way things have gone for him?
60.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. There's actually not a lot between these two. There may be 4 points between them in the table.
80.
But average-wise, you're talking about less than a quarter point. There's not that much between them in the doubling stakes, but
60.
you might be surprised to hear that Warburton, percentage-wise, is better off than Jamai is.
$100.
However, here's the big difference when it comes to that. Van den Hirik has had 94 darts at a double this week.
100.
Warburton's had 68. There's your problem. Warburton's had a lot of steady scores. It's Van den Hirik who's getting a little bit more of the 2 treble action and the 3
105.
treble action. That's giving him those extra chances to get legs.
Simply put, there's been too many 60s this week.
Too many 60s and 100s.
43. Jamai require 120.
So 120 here and plenty of time for Van den Hirik to get on the board. This is awkward. And dare I say, Warburton was left on something manageable. He may have contemplated
56.
the idea of a couple of bullseyes, but didn't have to worry about that. So kind of safely persevered on the 20s.
You know in the previous game how I said that Robert going for
60.
treble 16 on 80
Jamai
was
requires
very
64.
strange? Well, Van den Hirik's been doing it all week.
No
Oh
score.
boy. How ironic that he's actually found 80 when he didn't need it. And yesterday we did utter the fact that he has got a miss in him and it's usually drastically low, and it's
58.
happened again.
Jamai requires 64.
And will be disappointed because that was an opportunity he really could have pounced on. Double top. 2 10s.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
it
Jamai
goes,
van den
and
Hirik.
Jamai gets himself on the board.
Second leg is Mike to throw first. Game on.
Warburton is putting in numbers this week
45.
that we've seen win Group A's in the past. 86.24. Let's face it, we always expect him to average between 85 and 88.
60.
40% on doubles for the first 2 days. How many times, Henry, have you seen a Group A won with numbers like that?
Many a time, but it goes back to that
60.
week that I mentioned that Warby was involved in. It was Series 8, Week 7, and he's involved in a similar Group A where he finished 5th in the table.
100.
It was a group which featured Wesley Plazier, Victor Tingstrom, Andy Bolton and Cam Crabtree amongst others. Warby would finish 5th in that group despite averaging Do you want to have a wild guess what Warby may have averaged in that group?
87.
87.78. He would make it through to the
96.
Saturday night where he would beat Plaisir by 4 legs to 3 in the semi and then lose out in the final 4-3 to Adam Paxton.
140.
Someone who actually lives quite close to him.
Yes, big Coventry fan, isn't he, Adam Paxton? Will be enjoying watching
99.
his beloved
Mike, you
Sky
record
Blues in the Premier League
116.
next season.
You never know. Mike's team might be in the Premier League in the next couple of years.
60. Jamal, you require 146.
The premier occasion here at the Modus Super Series is happening this month. What's happening here?
114. Mike,
Big
you
chance
require
that.
56.
Did very well to get to double 16. Oh no, it's not going to be double 16. But it is going to be tops.
16.
That was untidy.
Jamal, you require 32.
So this for the break and this for control. Full command of the contest.
Game shot.
And it should be
second
noted
leg,
as well
Jamai
that
Van
if
Den
Jamai
Herik.
Van Den Herik is to win this group, he may have to do some damage in terms of legs difference. Going into this
The leg
game,
is Jamai to
he
throw
found
first.
himself 11 legs behind
Game
Carl
on.
Batchelor. And in a round of fixtures, the most you can make up is 8 legs. So if he can win this heavily, he will
100.
just reduce that gap a little.
Well, he's got Bachelor in round 2. So he knows from the off, in the knowledge that Bachelor has won his
85.
first game, it's all on his shoulders. But his first job is to get the points against Warby. He's looking good for it.
180.
Very good. But this was a game yesterday that was won by the tightest of margins by the Welshman.
41.
That's the last thing that Van Den Herik needs from this position, is to suffer defeat from a very good starting point like this.
89.
Yeah, it came at a point in the day where Jamai could have really taken control of Group A, but was unable to do so, losing to Warby, then opened up the door for a number of others, and it was Carl Batcher's been the big
140.
beneficiary, but Van Den Herik looking to reel him back in, and he's got 6 here for the 1-3-2. Doesn't have to chase the bullseye if he doesn't want to.
He didn't have to use the 60 there either, but he's used it anyway. He's a very
100.
risky player, isn't he? He likes to roll the dice.
For a mild-mannered young man, he does like to live life rather
100.
precariously sometimes.
Jamai require 32.
Must be the altitude, because he's so tall. It's perfectly open.
Game shot in the
Hate to
third
say I told
leg,
you so, but
Jamai
it is
Van Den
3-0.
Herik.
You've got to know your
Fourth
angles.
leg is Mike to throw first.
Some people
Game
would
on.
step back there and think, how am I going to hit this? What did Van Den Herik do? He just said, oh, I've done this before. I'll go to the right, open up the angle and hit it.
45.
Zero belly aching, maximum execution.
Yeah, nobody likes bellyache.
100.
Although there might be a few nervous tummies today in the England particularly.
58.
Listen, if you're involved in live sport, you get used to being nervous. Whether you're a player, a family member, a friend,
96.
we're the lucky ones. We get to watch all of this incredible action. But if it has some sort of emotional connection, I can understand that there will be some anxieties
41.
around the world today for certain teams, certain individuals. It's just the way it is.
$60.
Although I did see that Mexico game last night, and that audience, oh my word. That place is unbelievable.
The Azteca is a footballing mecca.
125.
And if England are to win tonight, that is where they're heading on Sunday evening going into Monday morning. 1 a.m. kickoff. That's just twice there in their history.
44.
First World Cup I remember, 1986. Watching Gary Lineker getting the golden boot.
This is
81.
This is where I say my first World Cup memory was Germany 2006.
$100. Mike, your car 151.
This is to stay in the match. Now he runs the risk of losing by 4-0,
97.
damaging his
Jamal, your
hopes
car
of Group B.
101.
But this would be sweet for Van den Herik. The ideal result.
Well, it would have been as perfect
61.
a start as
Mike
a perfect
Gilchrist,
start could be.
54.
Warburton with just the one opportunity and a double in this game. He's going to get two more here
Game
to
shot
save the
forward there,
contest.
Mike Warburton.
Save the contest he does.
I didn't know Mike
Fifth leg
Warburton
is
could do a
Jamai to
Fonz
go
impression.
first.
Hey.
Game on.
And that's a rather opposite to Fonz.
60.
Yeah, that was more like himself. Spirited dart player that will never give up.
His emotions turned very Lampardian there.
45.
I didn't realise Frank's name was an adjective.
See, if you were cool
60.
and trendy and you knew your social media, you know exactly what I'm on about.
Sorry, I'm not with it. I used to be with it.
100.
But then they changed what it was. Now what I'm with isn't it. And what is it is very, very scary to me.
83.
Jeez, that's the oldest I've ever heard you sound.
That's an Abraham Simpson quote.
As I say, never heard you sound so old.
85.
$140 would leave him finish. 2 treble visit will leave Van den Herik to finish.
96.
Here in this game, you're seeing two very
60.
different styles of approach. You've seen a few things from Van den Herik that are questionable. Maybe going for bullseye on 82 and his opponent's on 54.
96.
Questionable. He maybe should have gone for the 14s. But with Warburton on 271, he didn't bring in the 19s. So they're not quite with it when it comes to elite tactical skills.
55. Jamal
Just
Cole,
playing a little bit more
106.
10 years ago style darts.
Treble 18 leads double 16.
98. Mike Cole, 156.
That was some dart.
You aren't kidding. I was under the impression he was going to go for treble 12. Well, here's
60.
the thing.
Jamal,
You left it.
require 8.
You take it.
Well, he does enjoy the northeast side of the board, does Jamai Van den
Game shot.
Herik, and that's
And the
why.
match, Jamal Van den
And
Herik.
a 4-1 win against Mike Warburton gets his day off to a nigh on perfect start, gets himself on the board, gets himself 2 points, and gets himself very much in the mix, and at the same time doing himself 1 or 2 favours in terms of his legs difference. Coming up next, Jack Aldridge takes on Robert Thornton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, we saw Jemai Vanden Hewitt get the better of Mike Warburton by 4 legs to 1. So following the first round's worth of play, it's still Carl Baxter that leads the way. He has a 2-point lead over Jemai and Nathan Potter. And the man who's lost the most ground in the opening round's worth of games is Jack Aldridge. He finds himself in 4th position, 4 points behind Bachelor. And if he loses this one, well, he'll find himself in a position where realistically he's looking at Group C darts on Thursday and Friday afternoon. He takes on Robert Thornton, looking for his 2nd victory of the group. Lost that 4-2 to Carl Bachelor in his opening game, but asked 1 or 2 probing questions. Whilst for Aldridge, look, the scoring wasn't too bad at all. Averaged 94.5 in his opening game, but the big problem was his finishing 2 from 11 in terms of his doubling, and that was ultimately what cost him against Nathan.
140.
It's one of those typical games, Henry, where you have the superior average, but it's still not good enough because you're always going up against someone who has a better position. It's the same in other sports or indeed other games. In chess, if you're playing
100.
black segments, you're always going second and you're always in defense at the start. It's the same when you're playing poker.
140.
If you're acting first, you have less information. You'd rather be on the button or under the gun, so to speak.
134.
So what he's got to do here with the darts is he's got to take full advantage of that. He's got to throw 3 times today.
81.
This is the first occasion, so he's got to make the most of it.
Well, he's got 6 here for the 127. Doesn't have to chase the bullseye if he doesn't want to.
55.
However, from this position, may only find himself with a solitary dart and a double to take the lead. And he may be forced to take that one opportunity should it arise, because Thornton's left himself handily poised.
32. Robert, you require
That
62.
has been his undoing for the last couple of days.
There was nothing wrong with Robert's percentage in his first game. He just didn't get enough opportunities.
22. Jack, you
And
require
on that
40.
occasion, he's just a little bit too high.
Game shot in the
And
first
Aldridge
leg.
is
Jack
right on the
Aldridge.
money.
Second leg is Robert to throw first. Game on.
Aldridge is 1-1 with Robert the last couple of days. The one game that Robert has succeeded in was yesterday against the man
41.
from Tipton in the West Midlands.
Just wonder, in terms of Jack Aldridge, whether there's a sense of limiting the damage first.
60.
So trying to chase the Group B spots, and say he wins a few on the bounce and other people falter along the way, that potentially he might be able to snatch it at the last. But first things first is making sure that he can get the jump of one of Nathan and Jemai in terms of getting that 3rd place.
You mentioned something this morning,
44.
which I think was very interesting, in how important the start is. What we saw from Jack on Monday was that he started impeccably, and the rest of his day was excellent.
140.
Yesterday, he started with a loss, and his day was very different. In fact, if he has a really good day from here,
180.
he's going to show us that he's multi-skilled.
96.
And he can still get to 20 points, which you and I both know is more than enough to win Group A many times over.
134.
Especially when things are as tight as they are in the top 4 spots.
The problem has been the gap between the top 4 and then the 2 thereafter, which is going to make a big
84.
points
Jack,
total required to go
83.
and win this particular group. This for the break at 2-0, 2 in hand, a double 16.
Game shot in the second
Well,
leg.
that's
Jack
a lot
Aldridge.
more like it. It's a lot more productive. 100.2 the average of Jack
Third
Aldridge.
leg is
30
Jack to
darts
throw
required
first. Game on.
to put himself into a 2-0 lead.
Based on what we've seen from Thornton this week,
180.
if Aldridge jigs himself after a 2-0 lead and replicates
60.
what we've seen or even betters it, he is going to win this game 4-0 because Robert's best average this week is sub 90.
77.
We're seeing a gulf in this match, but it's a very fair one based on what we've seen this week.
134.
Here's a curious one. We are yet to see a ton plus checkout today so far.
100.
Watch him go and hit the 144 and keep me quiet.
100.
We've seen our fair
Jack
share
Nicklaus,
of
144.
toppers so far this week. But we're not going to add another one to the collection there. But Aldridge does have
92.
luxury of space and time. And the problem is Robert's constantly finding himself a visit or two behind, leg and leg up, particularly against the throw.
37.
He's finding himself
Jack
constantly
Nicklaus,
against the 8
52.
ball, and so Aldridge is really getting 2 opportunities per leg to try and finish off. Now this is a change of tack, and because his dart stayed up to attention, that is rather awkward.
20. Robert, you require
Why has he done that?
170.
His top shooting today has been pretty good. So why has he changed his plan?
If you asked me that
6.
question this time yesterday,
Jack, you
I'd
arrived
say it was a very
32.
sensible play to try and mix things up.
Game shot in the third leg.
However,
Jack Aldridge.
it works. And he's 3-0 to the good. And
Fourth
Robert
leg is
Thornton
Robert
so
to throw
far
first. Game
has
up.
no answer.
Yeah, Robert's averaging in this game about what he's doing all
60.
week. And what you said in the previous leg is very apt. It's bad enough being a dart behind, but if you're a visit behind,
57.
that's where you've got big problems. So if you've got somebody who's averaging somewhere in the region of 85 plus, and somebody who is under 80, that's a difference in
41.
visits. Because 18 darts, that's 27.8 per dart. It's around about 83.
180.
So if you're under 80 average, you're into visit 7.
Yeah, by and large, if a player's a dart behind, there's about a 7-point give or take
140.
disparity between the pair.
I think the biggest disparity I've seen this season was somebody winning with an average 15 points less, but that's incredibly rare.
77.
I've seen a gap of near 19 points surpassed. Dale Pilgrim, and he averaged 118.88, lost to
140.
Scott Taylor, who averaged 100.2.
That switching to the 19s has been really, really good from
134.
Jack.
Robert, you require 120.
He's on the cusp of winning this 4-0 if Robert can't find this 60. And there you can see why it didn't land.
54. Jack, you require 53.
Well, this to get himself back on track and get himself back on track in some style. Double top and now double 10.
43. Robert, you
Still
require 66.
becoming a plaguing issue, but luckily in this game he's been offered up extra chances.
Game shot in the
Classic
fourth leg.
Thornton.
Robert
Tops with
Thornton.
1.
Fifth leg is Jack to throw first.
We have darting speak,
up.
don't we, of a 4-0 victory or any sort of nil. We say it's a bagel. Well, Robert doesn't even like bagels.
45.
He doesn't like any kind. Doesn't like to be bageled.
26.
But we have seen fairly often this week him looking forlorn as he takes his darts from the board.
Yeah, he may not like bagels, but it looks like his head's rather fried.
55.
Or maybe scrambled.
He may think right now that this has not gone his way this week.
140.
But what he has got the experience of is turning it around by the time it comes to the end of Friday afternoon, because he is going to be playing Thursday and Friday afternoon darts
140.
this week.
And to some extent, it makes life a little bit easier because you know where you're consigned to, so you know what you're
43.
kind of playing for today, and that's just to put himself in the best possible frame of mind for an assault on Group C, which I feel like for Robert now might be easier to play in the Group B. I know it's one more
100.
game, but we saw it with Martin Adams as he was just beginning to get on a little bit. The Group Bs were
100.
becoming
Jack,
hard
you're calling
tasks because of the
161.
timing, because of the 1 a.m. finish.
What were you saying about timing?
137.
That's a beautiful 137 to leave double 12. A double that he genuinely does like to leave on purpose.
60.
Well, on Monday, he was
Jack, you
doing
require
hop, skips and
24.
jumps to try and leave this particular target. And it's a target
shot.
which is
And the
affording
man
him a
is Jack
couple of more
Aldridge.
points. Just to ask the question of Nathan Potter and Jemai van den Herik in terms of the race to win Group B. He'd probably have to win every match and hope for a fall off somewhere to win Group A. But damage limitation, well, he's just done exactly that. He's beaten Robert Thornton rather comprehensively there by 4 legs to 1 margin. Next up, we are going to see Mike Warburton take on Nathan Potter. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Jack Aldridge get the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 1. Average just underneath the 96 mark. 3 180s in there. 4th and 10 in terms of his doubling in that contest. Game 5, a meeting between Nathan Potter and Mike Warburton. For Potter, now he's actually gone down to 4th because of the margin of victory there for Jack Aldridge a few moments ago. So Potter wins this and move on to 16 points. Level with Carl Batch at the top, but again, that legs difference is becoming a bit of a problem. So you feel as if now we're getting to a position in this group where when you're playing Mike Warburton, when you're playing Robert Thornton, the two back markers, if you will, it's not just about winning these games now. It feels like for the likes of Potter and Van den Herik, it's winning them by a margin.
Van den Heerik's already done that against Warburton, so he's done his job there. His job in the next game is to try and take out the table topper. As for Potter, he's done a very good job today so far.
140.
He's taken out one of the challengers in Aldridge. He needs to maintain that kind of level, if not find an extra 5 to 10%, just to make sure that he's got
100.
points and an ability to bridge that leg difference gap, which you're right, is becoming a very big issue.
Well, the thing is, Bachelor's not winning games 4-3.
57.
Constantly winning. Even the 4-2s, they could tick up because they're just a couple of legs here and there. But he's not been, just having a look through the last couple of days, even in the games he has lost, they have been tight
140.
run affairs. Particularly on Monday, lost 4-3 to Mike Warburton.
84.
And lost 4-3 to Jack Aldridge. So the margin of error in terms of his defeats are very, very slim. Again, 4-3 to Nathan Potter. So all the games he's lost in this group, all 3 matches he's lost, have been by that 4-3 margin.
60.
There's only one score in the mind of Potter right now, and he might just bank it.
180.
It's almost as if we drew it up.
120.
That's exactly what he wanted. But he might still not win the leg. That is
Gains
so
on the first
good.
leg, Mike Warburton.
The timing of that shot from Warburton is absolutely
Second leg
pinpoint.
is Nathan to throw first. Game on.
Well, you did ask the question, when was that first topper going to come? And it was Mike Warburton, who duly obliged on the Shanghai shot.
140.
And it's a particularly sweet shot, isn't it? You're put under pressure after the maximum, and you're able to get 3 perfect darts. Now, you and I have had this conversation before, Henry. There's a difference between 3
100.
perfect darts and 3 perfect shots. You can get a 180, which is 3 perfect darts, or you can have a 120 checkout like that, which is 3 perfect
60.
shots. No deflections, all pure, and there you go, 1-0.
And what a shot it was from Warburton.
100.
You also mentioned that Potter is down at 4th position in the table all of a sudden after being 2nd post game 1.
100.
These kind of fluctuations in the table were always going to happen. So the best thing you can do in the practice room is not look. Just forget about it. Play the games that you've got.
100.
It's not as if these guys are going up there to win by 4 legs to 2 or 4 legs to 3. It's not Ghana versus England at the World Cup where they were playing for the draw. These players don't play that way. They play to win 4-0 every time.
105.
Although 4-0 may not be written all over this particular contest, because Potter here looking at 96 to square the contest up.
105. Nathan, you require 96.
He doesn't usually do that. He's usually staying on the ton.
Warby's like a Pokemon eventually evolving.
48. Mike, you require 96.
Well, there's a missed single from Nathan. Now what does he do? I had a feeling he was going to do that. How many times have you
48.
seen Warburton
Nathan, you require 48.
go for double 18 tops? And how many times do you see someone miss a single 16? Well, 2 times in this leg.
Game
But the double's
shot on
not missed.
second leg, Nathan Potter.
And so Potter levels us up at 1
Third leg
apiece.
is Mike to throw first. Game
Do
on.
you know what you said on Monday morning as well about the ever-changing coloured shirt of Nathan? You said, oh, he's probably going to wear white on Wednesday.
100.
I hate to say I told you so.
You just did.
It's like I know these things.
140.
You were speculating. It's just because England are playing against DR Congo later. He's wearing white because he's English. Trust me, if Wales were playing in the World Cup today, Mike would be wearing red.
But they
60.
didn't qualify for the World Cup, so they're not playing today.
Thank you, Captain Obvious.
$140.
I don't know if you've noticed this, but Potter's scoring today is way better. His proximity to that treble 20 is a lot better today.
And this is part of the problem for
100.
someone like Potter who likes to stack the darts. If it's just underneath the treble, it's okay. But if he finds himself about half an inch underneath, it's a lot of ground to make up. Weirdly enough, that can sometimes be the perfect angle for him.
60.
Not that time, but sometimes he's got this ability. We spoke about it on Monday, where a tight angle above the treble, he can just find a way of working with, which is rather intelligent of him.
I'm not really sure how he
60.
does it.
Nathan, you require 161.
That's a good marker for a 60. That's what usually happens. It skids off the barrel
83.
and finds the target. Well, that's another slip on dart 3. It happened in the previous leg. He didn't like it, did he? But notice as well, his disappointment was shown behind his opponent. He didn't feed
59.
his opponent any
Nathan,
knowledge
you require 78.
of his displeasure.
Not feeding the troll. Tops, and there is plenty of room.
Shot in the third leg.
Plenty of room to
Nathan
find.
Potter.
And Potter gets a break to lead this game 2-1.
Fourth leg is Nathan.
In this
to
contest
throw
so
first.
far, they're hitting doubles
Game on.
like they're the size of the front door.
As you can see, perfection on the outer ring for the pair so far. And Potter,
100.
from 1-0 behind, has his nose in front for the first time in this contest.
One thing we have seen in this series
100.
is a lot of homegrown players succeeding. Wales have had a pretty good series. Derek Coulson and Alex Small through to Champions Week in 3 weeks' time.
96.
Northern Ireland with Neil Duff, of course. And England having its usual very successful time here as well.
Well, you look at the
55.
lineup so far. Michael Huntley of Wales won the first week of the series, and then you look at Neil Duff, you look at Archie Self, Henry Coates, all from England. So far,
58.
Ashley Coleman winning week 5, David Evans won week 6. And you're looking at the list of players that are in Champions Week. You might as well rename this
100.
competition the Home Nations Series, because with the exception of Boris Kirchmar, Croatia, who won on Saturday, it is all UK-based, the players in this Champions Week.
140.
I'm glad you brought Mike up, actually. I forgot that he won week 1. It felt so long ago.
That's because it was 9 weeks ago.
60.
Yeah, not many
Nathan,
people
you
win the
require
series from week 1, but
107.
Jeff Smith did from Canada last year in the middle of the year.
As did Darius Levanauskas once upon a time. As Potter looks at 107,
67.
he will be back for more to extend the lead to 2.
On a quad board, this would be a finish. Quad 20, double 13. That's such a shame. He's only got the
130.
trebles.
Nathan, you require 40.
Potter might have a treble of his own. 3 legs. It was
30.
all hinging on that
Mike,
dart,
you're
and
required
Warburton
56.
sees the door open.
So level us up at 2-2. Having survived somewhat of a scare.
16.
Warburton couldn't punish. Potter beginning to look
Nathan, you
to put him
require
away here
10.
by finding this double five.
I think that's a dart that Warburton has to be better at. We'll come back to that because it's double two.
8. Mike, you require
This is one of those
40.
crucial legs. Is it going to be a two-leg cushion or is it going to be tied?
Game
Tied
shot
we
the fourth
are.
leg, Mike Warburton.
And let's face facts. In the previous visit, Warburton hit the wire of tops on the wrong side.
Fifth leg is Mike to throw first.
And I'm going to say, hand
Game
on
up.
heart, I don't believe that that's a marker for him. I think he's more likely to hit that tops if the marker dart is further away.
60.
The tighter this contest is, the better it is for Carl Batchelor, who plays next against Jamai
60.
van den Herik. If you think Mike Warburton is going to roll over and have his belly tickled, then think again.
100.
He would love to cause trouble for other people today because he knows already he's going to be in a secondary group this week.
140.
And just going through some of Nathan's numbers this week, and when he's been put under pressure, when push has come to shove, in terms of his doubling, there's been signs of buckling.
97.
Yesterday, the 3 from 17 used Jamai van den Herik, a game which he should have hit for home, should have taken home. 0 from 2 against Jack Holdridge, although to a certain extent it was his scoring that let him down in that contest. And then he had a game on Monday, didn't he,
100.
against Carl Batchelor, where he missed 6 darts and a double, 2 from 8, and one of the legs he won was with a ton plus checkout. So take that out, he's effectively 1 from 7 in that particular department.
140.
Oh, now. Things are getting precarious, but what a
100.
really good
Mike,
shot that is.
104.
But Warburton has got the chance to take the lead. He can sneak one over the top of that. Double 12.
Game shot in the fifth leg.
Pause for
Mike
effect.
Warburton.
It is 3-2 to Warby.
Sixth leg is Nathan to throw first. Game up.
Well, you wait forever for 1 ton plus checkout, and then 2 come at once to Mike Warburton. And this game seesaw it dramatically again. Warburton led 1-0.
100.
Potter went 2-1 in front, should have been 3-1 in front. And now Warburton with a 3-2 lead and looking to press for home here. Only a ton for Potter. 140, Warby will be in charge against the throw.
100.
Do you know who Nathan Potter reminds me of? And I will elaborate on this. Luke Humphreys.
85.
He's got a skill to get a dart in a segment like no other person at this level. That ability to find that dart underneath when it looks blocked. Humphreys has got that skill, but the other way around.
108.
He's got it with the upright angle. But I think Luke Humphreys around 2020, 2021, he lost too many games
41.
by small margins. 12 months later in 2022, he seemed to have figured it out, and then he's never looked back. He made it to world number 1. But this game is looking
100.
decidedly like a game that does not go the distance.
Has to think about it. Into the 25 to leave himself on the big fish.
121.
But he may not even get a look at the biggest finish on the board. Because Warburton was looking at the treble 17, which would have afforded him a dart at the bullseye to win the game.
97. Nathan, you call 170.
These are the sweeter 170s if you can find them. Warburton has not beaten Nathan Potter this week. And if he does now, this is going to hurt.
There should be curtains. And it is
Game shot.
curtains, and that
And
may well
match,
be
Mike
curtains in
Warburton.
terms of Nathan Potter's chances of winning this group. Mike Warburton has dealt it a bitter, probably fatal blow. And he is trying to lay down a bit of a marker ahead of the second half of the week. It was a typically solid Warby display. Average just under 90, 4 for 9 on the doubles. Those 2 ton plus checkouts as well. The highlight for the Welshman. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Mike Warburton get the better of Nathan Potter by 4 legs to 2. 2 ton plus checkouts en route to that win for Warby may have paid dividends to Nathan Potter's hopes of winning this group and getting the first spot through to Saturday night's final. So to game 6, the final game from the second round of fixtures. And my word, have we got to that point rather quickly on this Wednesday, as Jamai van den Hirik takes on Carl Batchelor. And this feels like the first real big game, the first real tangible, important clash between two players at the top of the group. In fact, now they are the top two in terms of points and legs difference. Batchelor 2 clear of van den Hirik. If he can win this game, he has a 4-point buffer with just 6 left to go. He'd virtually be there. But if van den Hirik can win this game and he can win it by margin, then all of a sudden, then we have got a bit of a sprint to the finish.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. If Bachelor wins, he's got a wonderful chance of winning this group today. If Van den Herik wins by
100.
any margin at this stage, we can bring leg difference in a little bit later if you will. But Jemai brings in everyone again. Everyone apart from the bottom
81.
two. Make no mistake, Potter and Aldridge, they want Van den Herik to win.
140.
Very different complexity when it comes to Group B and Group C tomorrow and on Friday, because here we're talking about the top position
123.
being the target.
Jamal Yokohama, 81.
Whereas Thursday and Friday night, you're looking at third position as the target.
By the way, what a first leg this has been from Van den Herik, leaving himself on 81 after 9. Now,
Jamal Yokohama,
with Bachelor
151.
151, he decided to gamble a little bit, which is a dangerous play because then he's taken out 158 against him this week.
91. Jamal Yokohama, 32.
Oh,
No
that was
score.
such an awkward first
Carl
shot.
Uruguay
I'm really
60.
surprised that he didn't move to his left. How many times has Bachelor done this week? Mopping up chances.
50.
Apparently he
Jamal
forgot his
Yokohama,
mop.
32.
The Hoover is unoperational as he was looking to
Game shot in the
scoop up
first
that
leg.
opening
Jamal
leg, which Jemai Van den Herik, after a very good start in terms of the scoring phase, tried his best to throw away.
Second leg is
But
Jamal
he gets the break and finds himself one up.
Gamer.
Should also be worth noting for Jemai, yes, a win's important, but if he can win this by somewhat of a margin, it really
60.
does close in that gap between him and Carl in terms of the legs difference. Before this game, plus 17, plus 9 in Bachelor's favour.
So with that in mind, what is the ideal result for Aldridge and Potter?
As big a Jemai Van den Herik win as possible, because realistically, particularly for Jack Aldridge,
60.
if he wins his last few games, he must think, right, my legs difference will match up to Jemai anyway somewhere down the line. But because the gap is 10 between Aldridge and Bachelor, that's too much
99.
to make up. That's a round's worth of legs difference to make up. And if he wins each of his last 3 games.
Well, isn't this interesting? Because this is the end of round 2, so everybody will have played 12 games in this group
100.
at the end of this match. However, Bachelor will start round 5 today. So he is going to set
20.
the clubhouse lead. And what has happened there? He's cascaded into his own stem. He may have cost himself 20 to 60 points, but he also nearly cost himself a stem.
100.
Sounds like 2 asteroids cascading into one another.
Well, he's decided not to change the stem. So he's got full confidence
62.
in the fact that it's not damaged.
Well, I think more to the point is I don't think he's got much in terms of running repairs. I don't know what he's got underneath that towel. As for Jemai, he,
85.
in terms of his setup, is going au de naturel. If that goes wrong and a flight goes kaput, then he's got nothing to latch back to.
92. Jamal Yokohama, 96.
It's not doing him any harm. He's 96 points away from 2-0. Double 8. And the last thing he wanted to do was bust that score.
128.
This is on. Or at least it was.
56. Jamal Yokohama, 16.
Things might be about to get very interesting.
Game shot in the
Very
second
good.
leg. Jamal Van den Herik.
We have just seen Mike Warburton
leg
beat
is
Nathan
Carl to
Potter for the
first.
first
Game
time
on.
this week. Jemai Van den Herik has not beaten Bachelor this week. This would be the ideal time to get one back on him.
45.
By the way, we were talking about shirt colour changes with Potter. Bachelor's decided on purple today.
140.
Make sense of that.
Yeah, it's the type of colour scheme that you would see with a packet of
95.
Frazzles.
He looks like he's about to be the next running back for the Baltimore Ravens.
100.
So if he plays tomorrow and Friday and Saturday,
57.
we'll find out how many colours he's got. Most people, like Van den Herik, they play with just the one colour. They've got the same shirt. They either have it laundered at the end of every session, or they have multiple of the same shirt. Whereas this guy has got a different colour for every day by the looks of it.
Yes, as we know from previous experience. Remember Kurt Parry, and every single day we used to watch him play. We used to see him coming out of the dry cleaners with a shirt from the day before.
He's changed his mind.
$93.
I am now convinced that he went for a big 18 there on dart 2.
26.
And Bachelor's
Jemima
having
68.
his worst game of the week at a terrible time.
16 for double. Wouldn't mind catching
36.
now. Little flick off the flight. Probably would have found a way in.
Oh my, he shouldn't have been
80.
going there anyway. He should have been going for the bullseye.
Jemima require 32.
That's not unlucky. That was just bad board management.
Oh, how does he find that? That is an
Game shot in the
incredible
third leg.
dart.
Jemima Van den Herik.
That somehow just nestled away
Fourth leg,
between the
Jemima to go
wires, but the
first.
right side of the wire there for Jemima Van den Herik.
I think he was more likely to hit double 16 with that second dart than double 8. He had about 1.5 millimeters to work with.
Well, I posed the question
60.
how he'd find that target. That was emphatically how. Because the way his darts stand up to attention, the fact it was so low in the bed, it felt like he really had to loop one over the top. It caught dart 1, but caught it rather fortuitously. As Bachelor 3-0 behind kicks off with a max. All he can do is just continue
60.
to ask questions of the young man and hope that at some point a push comes to a shove.
135.
If we're being fair, he's not the kind of person you want to shove.
Put it this way, if them two were to have a scrap at a boxing ring, I know who my money would be on.
140.
That third dart was way too quick. We have seen that a couple of times this week, that dart 3 just comes out a bit fast.
81.
He might have 6 darts from here to get this one 4-0, and we haven't had a 4-0 scoreline today so far.
59.
It's incredibly likely we're not going to get that in this game as well, courtesy of that troublous visit.
$85.
Really good last dart. Again, ankle awkward, but able to nestle away through. Double 10 left after a dozen against the throat. Might fill this up here.
140.
He was doing the
Cardio
Wayne
required
Mardell
20.
dead cat strategy.
Oh my. The angle is still there, but the
No
dart is
score.
not. And Van den Herik does get his chance to win 4-0 after all. This is to throw Group A
Jemima require 42.
into chaos. And we might have to embrace the chaos.
Well, we might have Battle Royale on our hands
Game
because
shot.
Jemima
And
Van den
Jemima Van
Herik
den
has got
Herik.
the better of Carl Bachelor by 4 legs to 0. And everything now is open for interpretation in this group. Well, that a commanding display. A professional job done, but it should be worth noting the tail off in terms of performance there from Carl Bachelor. He'll be hoping it's a blip, but we're going to be watching that as the day progresses. So Van den Herik joins Bachelor on 16 points. That's the end of the second round's worth of play. Next up, Aldridge Warburton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We completed 2 rounds worth of fixtures on this Wednesday morning. Before the break, we saw Jermaine Vanden here. It really put the cat amongst the pigeons, getting the better of Carl Batchelor by 4 legs to 0. And what it's done is it's put the pair identical, almost identical, in pretty much every demographic now, because Batchelor on 16 points, Vanden Herik on 16 points, and now both players on plus 13 in terms of the legs difference. The only factor that is separating the pair right now is the fact that Carl Batchelor has picked up a couple more legs in the group. Further back, Jack Aldridge and Nathan Potter, they are both on 14 points, and they'll both be looking to pounce in this round's worth of fixtures. While Sir Mike Warburton and Robert Thornton, Group C is going to be their destination. Warburton can still mathematically get into Group B, but there's pretty much going to have to be a massive shift in terms of what both players do between now and the end of the day. So let's get into round 3. We're going to see Jack Aldridge and actually takes on Mike Warburton in this particular contest. Now, Warby did get the better of Nathan Potter last time out by a 4-2 scoreline. Had those 2-ton plus checkouts in there en route to victory. As for Jack Aldridge, he's played some really good stuff there. I know he lost that opener against Nathan Potter, average 94.5 there. But in his previous game, rediscovered the finishing boots. 4 from 10 on the outer ring, 95.96 average, 3 180s in there. He's getting himself back to the levels that we saw from him and saw him get success on Monday morning.
Absolutely. And if he harbours ambitions of winning this group, this and everything thereafter is must win. But he's got to be feeling confident. If you're averaging mid-90s for the day, coming up against someone like Mike, you think you've got a chance. But he's coming into this off the back of a win. And after 2 rounds, what do we usually see on Wednesdays? We'll have a clearer picture of who's winning the group.
97.
Not today. In fact, it's just as cloudy as it was at 9:30 this morning.
I'm assuming you would not like to hazard a guess as to who is going to win the group.
No. Ask me again in another hour.
60.
I'll probably give you the same statement I've just given you.
Well, let's look at the final round of fixtures, shall we? Batchelor takes on Warburton, Potter takes on Thornton, Aldridge, Vanden Herik, game 15.
That could be a shootout. If things go pear-shaped, I can't believe I'm about to say this. If things go pear-shaped for
60.
Mr. Porky today, then that game at the end between Aldridge and Van den Herik could be a shootout to see who wins the group.
97.
We still haven't figured out why he's called Mr. Porky.
No. You will need to endeavour to get to that answer.
100. Jack, you require 86.
Speaking of endeavours, this is a really good effort from Aldridge in the first leg of the contest. He doesn't have to go for the 18s. I love this player. I love the
Game
execution
shot
even
first
more.
egg,
That
Jack
is
Aldridge.
sumptuous.
Second egg is Mike to throw first.
He looks
Game up.
assured. And in this format where you're playing 5 games a day, that's a really nice quality to have.
And I've got to say, what I've really liked about Jack today has been
60.
his powers of recovery. That he said in his interview that he wasn't happy with yesterday. And we've seen a number of players play him in the past. They'll have a day like Jack had yesterday off the back of Monday. And
97.
you kind of see him sulk a little bit. You see the performance levels drop again. Or you see a negative reaction. Even when Jack was struggling yesterday, you never saw anything in terms of facial expression that gave off the impression
60.
that he was beginning to get rather at one with himself. And today, it's almost as if yesterday didn't happen, didn't exist, and he's turned up.
134.
And it was like there was an imposter on the stage yesterday.
When he was doing that interview with you this morning, it's very easy to close your eyes and listen to his voice and imagine Jamie Hughes.
85.
Same tendencies, same dialect. When in fact, there are similarities between Aldridge and Jamie Hughes in how they perform.
81.
It's not tempo, it's not speed, it's temperament. They don't give much away.
Does Jack Aldridge and Jamie Hughes have the same pals, do we know?
100.
More than likely. The world's a very small place, and Tipton is even smaller.
And we do know Jamie Hughes has plenty of pals.
Yes.
Oh,
177.
wow. He really is on it in this game.
Well, Mike Warburton right now is
60.
beginning to find himself
Jack,
in a
you've
little
got
bit of a
12.
pickle. Double six for Aldridge to
Game
double
shot
up.
the second leg, Jack
Warburton's in a big
Aldridge.
pickle, 2-0.
Third leg is Jack to throw first. Game up.
Look at that. Perfectly timed from Warburton. Stares down the lens as if to say, what am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah,
85.
107.36, 2 from 2 on the doubles. Good luck, pal.
Oh, come on, Mike. You've done this to people over the years. It's a give and take sport.
100.
Every now and again, you're going to swamp someone with a great performance, but expect someone to do that against you at some point.
60.
Mike Warburton's not one of those players, but you know exactly where I'm going in terms of players that will dish out punishment, but then when it happens in reverse, it's a case of, why always me?
I'm not really sure who you're thinking of, but I've got a couple of examples in my own
140.
mind.
We're probably thinking on the same wavelength.
This is relentless.
100.
I mean, he wasn't even playing that well in this leg until then, but he's sub 200 after 9 again. Maybe after that previous 4-0 win for Van den Herik,
60.
Aldridge has got the memo. I still have this big chance of winning this group, and if I can just find it for 2.5 hours...
168.
It's like he's collecting scores. 177, 168. He's got a couple of maximums in this game, and he hasn't missed a double.
60.
I mean, what more do you want?
Jack, you require 8.
Averaging right now, 112.12.
Game shot.
And
the
that's a
third
13
leg,
dart. That's
Jack
back-to-back
Aldridge.
13 darters of Jack Aldridge.
Fourth leg
3
is
from
Mike
3 in
to throw
terms of the
first.
finishing.
Game up.
Everything about this display so far has been perfect from the Tipton man.
You don't get performances much better than this.
100.
Honestly, it's so good. If you stuck him in the middle of Sherwood Forest with Robin Hood, he'd beat him as well.
$96.
We know he's a special player. We've seen the numbers. We know he's top of the Challenge Tour averages list. You don't do that after 6 months of a season without being
100.
someone that everybody admires for good reason. But if you look at his leg difference
61.
pre this game, he has got a bit of catching up to do. A 4-0 victory would get him right back in the mix.
He hasn't got a nickname, Jack Coldridge, not to the best of our knowledge, but he is
60.
such a silent assassin, isn't he? He's very quiet in the way he goes about his business. Doesn't give too much away. Even in interviews, he's not one that likes to big himself up or say too much. He likes to let his actions do the talking. And when you're as good as he is, why not let the darts do the talking?
There's actually only one thing left to do in this game, and that's to find a ton plus checkout. He's got everything else.
100. Jack, you acquire 164.
If he gets this, then he's going to get 3 bits of red on our scorecard.
104.
Yeah, good luck, Mike.
141.
You hit this, or you're toast. That's how it feels.
Hit this, and you've got another leg of it to come in the next. Well, there's 2 complete.
60.
What has been a
Jack, you've
special
acquired
performance
60.
from Jack Aldridge. He's putting his foot to the floor because he can begin to see a finishing line in front of him.
Game shot.
4
And
from 4 on the
Jack
doubles. A 14 dart to finish off. And a special performance from Jack Aldridge. 110 average, almost 109.31 in the end. What a display. Didn't give Mike Warburton an opportunity at an outer ring attempt in that match. Aldridge 4, Warburton 0. That is a statement sent to the rest of the field.
At the start of today, we thought that possibly Carl Batchelor could have a procession through to Saturday night on debut, and it is definitely not happening because there are lots of possibilities still. And for Jemai Van Herik, who takes on Robert Thornton here, all the pressure's on him. Because if he wins this game, which is our middle match of the day, it will be he that goes to the top of the table ahead of Batchelor, ahead of him playing against Nathan Potter next. Things are very interesting because of the last two results as well. 4-0 for Van den Herik against Batchelor.
59.
And that incredible performance from Aldridge just now. Taking up Mike Warburton by 4-0 as well. A pretty much faultless display for the man from Tipton.
47.
And that really does send a message to the field. In the words of Henry Deacon, my esteemed colleague, he's absolutely right. Because now everybody will try and match that.
40.
And I'm not sure they can. But if Robert Thornton were to get his first result this week against a young man from the
97.
Netherlands, and Nathan Potter were to beat Carl Batchelor next, with 2 rounds to go, we'd have 4
140.
players on 16. Good luck trying to predict who's going to win this group still, because none of us have a clue.
You know that abacus that we have
100.
underneath our desk? We might need to dust it off in a few moments' time.
98.
And Jemai's not off to a hot start here. But it's getting better.
100. Robert, you require 164.
164 to get himself on the board. Not to be, we'll hope to have 6 to get himself off the mark.
Jemai, you require 157.
Pick up with the last, and all of a sudden Van der Heerik's under severe pressure here.
$57. Robert,
there's
you
the
require
57.
72.
Here comes 72.
Game shot in the
Into.
first egg, Robert Thornton. Second egg is Jemai to throw first. Game on.
Oh, Thornton strikes first.
16.
And now the question is for Jemai Van den Heerik, having done all the hard work to beat Carl Batchelor, what you don't want to do is put in a after the Lord Mayor show performance.
100.
I'm sure it's a very weird sensation for Jemai on this hockey right now because
100.
I know darts is all about the present, but he is fully expected to beat Robert Thornton right now.
180.
One of the most decorated players of the last 15 years. And this young man, who is still under the age of 25, is expected
82.
to be victorious. That must be a really weird sensation.
45.
He's going to have to go downstairs and then back up.
59.
And Robert is in charge.
$41.
However, he's offered Van den Heerik here one almighty olive branch.
$90.
That's an
Robert,
incredible
you've got
switch.
135. Yes.
Ironically, if Van den Heerik did not find the bull but
51.
found the 25, he would have left the
Jemai
shot
O'Connell,
that Thornton's just
110.
had. But this is a little bit easier than 135. And that is a shot he has found this week, but not this time.
42. Robert, you require
Thornton's
84.
taken out 72 and 2 on double 12. How about a little bit more?
73. Jemai,
You
you
just
require
feel his game is
68.
there. It's just A little bit of deviation to the left and right is costing him big.
Yeah, he's just missing that final piece of the jigsaw, isn't he? As Van den Herik looks at double 16,
Games
gets
on
the double
second leg,
16,
Jemai Van den
and
Herik.
gets us back on level terms at one apiece. He'll be hoping that
Third
from
leg is
this
Robert
point
to throw
onwards,
first.
normal
Game up.
service will very much resume.
140.
He's getting there, isn't he? Slowly but surely, incrementally, Robert Thornton's getting there.
I think he's got a big chance in Group C. I really do. The anticipation of Group C this week is all going to be about Kaya Basil. Of course it is. He's 16 tomorrow. He's one of the biggest strung talents in world darts. We are thrilled that he's coming
121.
here. But there's one thing I know that will motivate Thornton tomorrow. He's going to be playing Mason Whitlock.
99.
And some of the experiences that Roberts had against his dad, Simon, it might stir up that extra bit of
100.
motivation. If you think about the semi-final of the Australian Open in 2009 between Thornton and Whitlock, it was a ridiculous game of darts from Robert. The amount of ton plus finishes he had in that match.
100. Robert, you require 140.
Oh, my word. It's like something you wouldn't have seen outside of Bob Anderson in the World Masters in the mid-80s. It was ridiculous.
40.
Incidentally, what shouldn't go amiss, I know Van der Heerik's behind the 8 ball in this leg, but a few moments ago, 4-4-3 went down from the 19 to then leave 99 to put himself on 3-4-4. Counting of the most elite level.
180. Robert, you require
180.
100.
Leaves himself on 64. Thornton looking
Game
for the
shot in
ton,
third leg,
gets the ton,
Robert
14
Thornton.
darter, 2-1 to the good. He's getting there.
Fourth leg is Jemai to throw first. Game on.
What on earth is going to happen next in this group? Back-to-back maximums for Van den Herik.
180.
And just imagine if he gets another. How often do you see 3 maximums
100.
in a row?
This is beginning to get juicier than a medium to well done steak.
100.
We have seen 4 maximums back-to-back in darts before. Mervyn King in Vegas
85.
finished a leg with 180-180 and started the next one with 180-180.
Why did it feel like Mervyn King played his best darts abroad?
100.
Well, he was the first person to hit a 9-darter in the Southern Hemisphere on a big stage.
41. Jemai require 121.
So 1-2-1 hit. Now he may begin on the bullseye because he likes double 18, but the 12-15 he's double 8, and that double 8
Jemai Van den
leads it
Herik.
with now back-to-back ton toppers in this game. The 1-2-1 goes, and we're back on level
Fifth leg
terms
is
at 2
Robert to
apiece.
throw first. Game on.
Yeah, his last 15 darts have been rather incredible. 681 points scored.
68.
All of a sudden, he's averaging more than Robert is, and that treble 20's at his mercy.
140.
So much so, that's Jemai Van den Heerik's first 140 of the match, and we're into leg 5 of it.
180.
Thornton finding his second 180 of the game. Really coming up to the ball now.
$54.
Something is starting to happen here with Thornton.
140.
You can see it. When he's missing that 60 now, he's missing it by about 2 millimeters. And just to enforce what we are seeing here, he has not averaged over 90 in a game this
Robert,
week.
you call 113.
This is comfortably over 90.
$45.
And the other thing to consider as well is we know that Robert Thornton has never been he's not been a Group A operator. For all the times he's been in this studio, in Southampton, the morning slots never quite
140.
worked
Robert,
out
your
for
call
him.
68.
I think Group C would be far more conducive for him. Is this double top going to be
48.
conducive now? Just underneath,
Jemima
much to
required
his frustration.
70.
So what can Van den Himmick make of the 70? To get the break at the perfect time. If he can get it, he'll be throwing for the match in the next. It's only going to be one dart.
54.
And that's the first dart
Robert, you require 20.
that he's missed at a double in this game. How costly is it going to be? Very
Game shot
costly is
fifth
the
leg,
answer.
Robert
Because
Thornton.
Thornton finds the double 10 to put his nose in front 3-2. All
Sixth
five
leg is
legs
Jemai to throw
in this
first.
contest so far have gone with
Game
throw.
up. $140.
This has been such a good battle.
43.
Checkout success of both players, commendable. You know how yesterday I said that Tuesday is usually better than Monday? Well, I'm not sure it was.
60.
But Wednesday is definitely better than Tuesday.
When you could make an argument that you would be surprised that the standard dipped a little bit because there'd be a bit of anxiety, a bit of nerves
100.
because players know exactly what they're playing for. But sometimes the higher stakes can push people to places which they didn't even know they were capable of. Just ask Cam
41.
Crabtree. Debut game on this stage. Averaged 115.62 against Matt Jackson.
180.
Well, that is 180 number 3 for Robert Thornton.
He doesn't want any more.
96.
Oh, this is going to be big, though. Oh, my. What a burst.
138. Jemai require 164.
Jemai, do yourself a favour and take out this 164 because it might be the only opportunity you get to save this game. This should, from here, be curtains.
89. Robert, you require 40.
Because Thornton and Tops
Game
is a
shot.
match
And
made
that's
in
Robert
heaven.
Thornton.
And that is just the second win of the group. But crucially, for Jemai Van den Himmick, having done all the hard work in the previous round to really put himself in play to win the group, he now finds himself in an unenviable position. That, Robert Thornton's best performance of the week, bar none. He has beaten Jemai Van den Himmick by 4 legs to 2, and all of a sudden, Carl Batchelor has his destiny back in his own hands again. If Nathan Potter beats him after the break, 4 players will be on 16 points. We're here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on this Wednesday afternoon. And before the break, Robert Thornton got the better Jemai van den Herik by 4-2. Just his second win of the group, but that could put a bitter blow to Jemai van den Herik's chances of winning this group.
First leg is
For Carl
Nathan to
Batchelor,
the
he can move himself 2 points clear again,
Game
which is
on.
2 more matches for each of the 6 players in this group to go. He takes on Nathan Potter. Now, if Potter wins this game, then the 4 players at the top of the Group A
85.
table would all be tied on 16 points. And it should be worth noting that Jack Aldridge and Jemai van den Herik are also
140.
tied in terms of legs difference. I also want to bring up a point in terms of legs won as well. Because if Nathan Potter can win this game, and he can win it by a
85.
handsome margin, say 4-0, 4-1, Carl Batchelor moving to third, but look at the legs won between the players and the legs difference because it'd be 16, 16, 16, 16. In terms of the legs difference, Nathan Potter could bring himself up to +7. He'd have work to do. Carl Batchelor be down to +10. With Aldridge and van den Herik on +11. And then the legs won
100.
would then be 41 for Potter, 42 for Batchelor, 42 for Aldridge, and 41 for Jemai van den Herik.
85.
What Henry's trying to say is it's very close. It's very close. Essentially, this is like a 100-metre race now.
100.
And there's about
Carl,
40
you're
metres to go, and there's
136.
about 0.02 of a second between them all.
Well, that would have been a fast start.
96.
I'm assuming I'm not allowed to
Nathan, you've got
commentate like a 100-metre
131.
commentator, am I?
Probably best not.
We'll leave that to Steve Cram. Although our
57. Carl, you
esteemed
require
colleague
40.
John Rawling used to do a bit of that, didn't he, at the Olympics back in the
Game
day, as
shot in the
Batchelor
first
takes
leg.
out
Carl
Tots for
Batchelor.
a 13 tire-breaker throw to get things up and running.
Second leg is
Now,
Carl
that's
to the
more like
reverse.
it.
Game on.
In his previous game, he was not good. It was his worst performance by a stretch. And he was bageled 4-0
59.
by van den Herik. And I think he understands that he got what he deserved. But probably best to have that performance in round 2 than 3, 4, or 5.
100.
Yeah, just brush it off and go again. And Carl knows if he can win all of his remaining matches, then the Live Lounge will be a Bachelor pad.
100.
Because Carl Batchelor would have won the group. And he would have... No? Okay, move
Oh,
on.
is that what a tumbleweed looks like?
140. $140.
And Nathan Potter could have been firmly out of this mix by now. But things have gone his way.
91.
He's still in this fight. But the funny thing is, things could have been a lot worse for Batchelor, but things could have been a lot better.
100. Nathan, you call 170.
Can he find the 60?
60.
On this
Carl, you
occasion, he
require
can't.
102.
And Batchelor has a chance to double his lead, to consolidate the break of throw that he found in the previous leg, and that play is debatable.
70. Nathan, you call
Well,
110.
picks up the treble 12 of the last to leave himself on 32. Forcing Potter to take out this 110. Forcing him to find tops.
Game
and
shot
fine
in the second
tops he
leg,
does.
Nathan Potter.
Clips it into the bottom corner. And we're back on level terms. And
Third
for
leg is
Potter,
Nathan to
his
the
first
reverse.
ton
Game
topper
on.
of Wednesday's action.
Not just that, but his biggest numerical checkout of the week. He's not been hitting big checkouts. 106, 104, now 110.
108.
This would be a nice time to crank it.
And how often have we spoken about Nathan Potter and his combination finishing?
140.
At his best, at this level, there's not many players that can constantly churn out finishes like the 110, like a 121, like a 116, say, for
58.
example, when push comes to shove. It's almost become a defining quality
85.
of his game, or at least here at the Live Lounge anyway, over the course of the nearing last year or so.
It's got to be a max.
140.
He's overshot it. If he slightly undershoots that target, it's going to go in.
There's going to be some movement around the board here, come what may.
26. Nathan, your car 123.
After the 13-dart start, things have changed.
$59.
That's okay. At least on 64, he's got options. But time is running out.
180.
Now we might have to find it.
64.
How this feels like a pivotal passage in play. Nathan
60.
Potter has
Carl,
missed
you're
2
across
darts
70.
to go 2-1 to the good. And Carl Batchelor's going to get an opportunity to break it. He's going to get 2 in hand and a double.
Game
And
shot the
he
third leg.
makes
Carl
absolutely
Batchelor.
no mistake on tops to move himself 2-1 to the good.
Four-legged car to the reverse.
The third
Game on.
consecutive break at the beginning of this contest. And Batchelor is halfway there.
He's just made mincemeat of that leg.
180.
Oh, my word. His last 8 darts have been perfect. 180, 70 out in 2, 180.
100.
He's finding a very, very purple patch in a purple shirt.
Nathan Potter
41.
must feel as if he's been hit by a Mike Tyson right hook.
$60. $123. $100. Call your call 157.
Great first start. He didn't have to take the 157 out, but
133.
look at what he's done to the score. Look at what's happened in the last 120 seconds. Nathan Potter was on 64 and comfortable.
60.
That
Carl, you're
180 and the 70
24.
out has changed everything. Look
Game
what's
shot on the
happened
board
since.
there,
Another
Carl Batchelor.
13 darter from Mr. Porky, and he's now
Fifth
3-1
leg is
up.
Nathan to throw first. Game on.
This purple patch in this game may indeed be the purple patch that was needed to win this group.
Well, that was more left hook, wasn't it?
140.
But what a game. What a performance this has been from Carl Batchelor so far. 107.5 average. Nathan Potter averaging 95 and change. And it has been insurmountable.
Hang on a second. Let's address the elephant in the room here, not the pig.
100.
What happened in the previous game then? Because the difference in averages is over 30 points. What happened in game
99.
6?
Did he have his little wobble and has he come out the other side of it? Because we do see it from players, particularly debutants in the position that Carl Batchelor's in, where you begin to think, oh my, I could go
60.
and win this group. Where before this all started, he had no inkling that that was going to happen.
It might happen now. There's another one.
180.
That's his third. Potter will think that he's been hit by something very, very hard in the last 3 or 4
59.
minutes. I think we've just learned something else about Batchelor. He's not just steady and consistent and good.
140.
He's got a game like this in his locker.
Nathan Potter looks shell-shocked, and you can understand as to why. Carl Batchelor, when we were just
52.
asking the
Carl,
question,
you've got
is he
32.
beginning to stumble, has put in
Game
his
shot
best
and the match,
performance of the
Carl
week.
Batchelor.
And that is his third 13th darter of the contest. And that is 4 legs in the ledger for Mr. Porky. 4 for 4, 109.10 average. The second 109 average we've seen in this round of games. The second performance where players 4 for 4 on the doubles in this round of games. As good as it gets from Carl Batchelor. And he's now 2 wins away from winning this Group A.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and with our last 3 matches taking us through 13 rounds in Group A, as you can see, Jack Aldridge made mincemeat of Mike Warburton with an incredible 109 average performance, but he wasn't alone. Carl Batchelor, he's just done the same to Nathan Potter. Well, not exactly the same. He did let one leg slip, but 109.1 is a personal best average for Carl here at the Modus Super Series. But both Aldridge and Batchelor, who do face each other in this next round, had 4 out of 4 on the doubles. But now we've reached a point in this group where people will be eliminated. Warburton and Thornton, who play next, they're already gone, and they're going into Group C. Whereas Potter, Van den Herik and Aldridge in pursuit of Batchelor on 18 points. If they do not win in round 4 today, they are likely out of the running. That is definitely the case for Jack Aldridge when he plays against Batchelor next. But we're going to take a little bit of a break from the top of the table. We're going to see the seasoned veterans in this group go toe-to-toe. And over the last couple of days, Mike Warburton has had the measure of Robert Thornton. But he comes into this game off the back of his best performance so far. So what do we think is going to happen here?
Well, I just wonder whether for the first time in this group, do we look at Robert Thornton as
First
maybe
leg
the
is Mike
favourite
to
to
throw
win
first.
a game? Because the
Game
way
on.
that he played against Jemai Van den Herik was a step in the right direction. I suppose the only counter-argument is we have seen a couple of false dawns with Robert in this group where he's had a good performance but then not been able to back it up. Where, as we've been mentioning over the course of the last 3 days,
60.
what you're going to get with Mike Warburton is the absolute dictionary definition of consistency.
30.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about this format, isn't it? We don't judge people by one performance, we judge them by 15. If you think about Premier League darts, for example, I know that the players won't play 15
100.
or 16 or 17 times leading up to the playoffs in London. They'll play more than that. But it almost does
60.
feel like a condensed Premier League format where you've got to be judged by what you do in multiple matches. And there's only one person here in this group that knows what Premier League darts is all about, and that's Robert Thornton. Take a picture of that one. 3 maximums in his previous game. He's now got his first in this one very early on.
Well, maybe this time we don't have to talk about
60.
one swallow making a summer, because Thornton is hoping that this is the level that he is able to ascertain on a more frequential level between now and the
89.
end of the week.
And the reason we know that Warburton's going to be in Group C this week with Robert
100. Robert,
is
you've got
because he's 6 points
142.
behind third-placed Van den Herik. And there's only 2 rounds to go.
84. Michael Carr, 121.
Fair to say that Robert didn't like that very much.
Yeah, you wouldn't mind playing him at a hand of poker, would you? You wouldn't want to play this man at a hand of poker.
91.
That dart at the
Robert,
bullseye
you've got
just goes high.
58.
Line fine, height just a bit too much.
38.
However, tops and tens
Mike, you
doesn't
require
correlate for
30.
Thornton. And so Warburton with an opportunity to hang on to his throw here.
Is that second flight in the way? Turns out it
No
wasn't.
score. Robert,
And
you
Robert does come back
20.
for the double that is north of double 15. Yeah, that
Game shot
one.
in the first leg. Robert Thornton.
That a prize breaker throw for Thornton. And I just wonder what kind of jolt of confidence it would
Second
give him
leg
if he
is
was able
Robert
to
throw first. Game up.
get wins in back-to-back games. Because he'll begin to feel as if he's on a roll. He's just beginning to build a bit of the M word.
180. 22.
I refuse to say that word, but you know the word I'm on about.
Here's a strange one for you. A lot of people think because darts is
60.
main news these days, it's mainstream, that everybody who has been through a long career and they retire, they think that all of these players are
57.
millionaires and they can live the life of luxury in their final 20, 25 years. It's not the case. There are genuine world-class talents from the last 25
60.
to 40 years who are doing very ordinary jobs as well as playing darts these
140.
days. You wouldn't be surprised if you ordered something online and the person bringing it to your door was Ronnie Baxter. Or if you called a cab in southwest Scotland and Robert Thornton showed up.
180.
That could happen.
Robert, you call 124.
Well, John Boy Walton, former world champion, stacks shells at
25.
co-op shops.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
No, not
Absolutely
whatsoever.
nothing.
Respect the graft. Respect the graft.
Respect the humble nature of the dart players, I say, because they're not afraid. They haven't got the ego. They don't mind doing a
130.
job.
Robert, you require 99.
And sometimes it's not about the money. It's about being busy, isn't it, Robert? And it's about
Game
being
shot on the
brilliant.
second leg,
That's his
Robert
second
Thornton.
99 checkout of the week, but his first with 2 double tops.
He can have a flake now.
The leg is Mike to throw first. Game up.
I think if he had his pick, what would he have? I don't think I've ever seen him with an ice cream.
I can't see him being an ice
60.
cream kind of man, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, he doesn't like Blackpool, I know that.
But going back to your point,
97.
you looked at Johnny Clayton for a number of years, that he found that mix between work and life, that worked perfectly for him. We see players that have gone 4 times and said, you know what, this isn't for me. I mean, Mark Webster went back and did a bit of plumbing, didn't he, after he went 4 times? He said,
100.
I just cannot sit here all day and just constantly look at a ball. This just be the only thing I do.
I remember vividly, we went to Swindon back in 2010.
135.
We came back and somebody out of the blue said, oh yeah, there's something wrong with my car. Next thing you know, James Wade, in his black trousers, his then grey dart shirt, just went under the car
140.
and fixed it with his bare hands. And he was under there, all mucky and stuff. He just fixed it.
42.
Didn't do it for the money. Just did it because he wanted to help. And he did it because he's a brilliant mechanic.
Do you think as well also some dart players that look at maybe doing other things to find a purpose outside of darts? Because, I mean, you must have found that transition because for you
100.
it was very quick, wasn't it? From working in Australia to then moving over here, up sticking your life and then playing professionally.
Yeah, this is an all-consuming sport. You've got to have something outside of it.
91. Mike, your car
So
101.
important. Family, friends, hobbies, detachment. He's done this already this week. Seems to be
Games on
catching.
the
They're just
leg,
repeating
Mike
what they've already
Warburton.
done.
Fourth leg is
Plenty of
Robert
room
to
for
throw
101
first.
for
Game
Mike
up.
Warburton. I suppose the best example of that is somebody who sits in the chair that I'm sat in a lot of the time, Scott Mitchell,
58.
where he found that life, work, darts balance between him, the farm, and darts perfect. Ish.
Yeah, ish. The only thing that really
100.
goes on the back burner is sleep. I mean, during certain times of the year, he's
60.
doing farm duties in the middle of the night.
Hey, we've sat with Scott enough first thing in the morning where he's had to clear out some rather unpleasant sights in the stables.
60.
Thankfully, he had a shower after that. But it is a point. I think sometimes some people need that thing away from the sport
97.
to almost switch them onto the sport. And I think a lot of younger players, going back to that conversation we had a couple of days ago, I think when you make that transition to full-time pro, and there might be 1 or 2 people look at it and think, after a time,
135.
maybe I need to just do something, not, as you say, for the money, but just to keep the brain engaged.
That's applicable for 2 things.
85.
When you're not playing top-level darts and when you retire, got to have something to do, something that keeps you engaged and sharp. And there's nobody I've ever met that enjoys
100.
driving any form of vehicle more than Robert and Steve West. If there was a car race
97. Mike, you require 106.
for the UK in the Modus Super Series, they would put their hands up saying, "Me, please."
I'm more than happy to commentate on that if you are going to do such a thing.
58. Robert, you require 104.
Highly unlikely. How unlikely is this? And I don't get that. For someone who likes tops as much as he does, why is he going
34.
18s?
Mike, you require 48.
Well, this four-level game, Warburton trailed by 2 legs to 0.
Game
But
shot
now
the fourth
he's
leg,
back on
Mike
level
Warburton.
terms at 2-2.
Fifth leg
Do you
is
wanna
Mike
say
to
it or
throw
shall I?
first. Game up.
He's averaging 87. Sorry, Mike. It just happens all the time. He's
60.
a prototypical this level player. It's probably the reason why he's never graced the Pro Tour on a regular basis. Because
43.
he's this level. Every now and again, he provides us with a bigger game, and maybe for 1 or 2 rounds, he'll go 100 plus. And as great as a player as he is and has been, the evidence suggests
140.
that if he was to ever take it further, he'd need 5% more.
Mike Warburton averages 8-7 that
60.
much. He might as well find his own little darts move for it.
No. I'm squashing that right now. Stop what you're doing.
$100.
You were talking about a Mike Tyson left hook earlier. Yeah. Just be careful, you.
80.
Hey, be careful. I get Robert under you. And you don't want that. Oh,
100.
that's another steady ton from Warburton. Look at this leg. It's just so him. 60, 140, 100,
Nine.
100.
Mike,
Leaving
you require
101 after
101.
12. He's already taken out a 15 darter on 101 this week, and it's not that common a thing.
49.
If they were still scoring on the pen and paper, they would have to go through so much red ink with Mike Warburton.
136. Mike, you require 52.
Anyway, this is a 3-2 to complete the turnaround.
$12.
Not yet. Red ink in darts means something positive. Red ink in business means something negative. It means deficits. Warburton's not going to have a deficit here if he can
Mike, you
find
require 40.
the red bit.
Two tens. Flick of the
Game
barrel
shot the
into
fifth
the
leg,
pen, and from
Mike
2-0 behind,
Warburton.
Mike Warburton leads this game for the very first time.
Sixth leg is Robert to throw first. Game up.
Yeah, Robert seems to have stalled a little bit. But look at that. After he hits the 5, he
44.
just squints a little bit and tries to refocus. He's not giving up this ghost.
It's not in his DNA, it's not in his makeup, it's not in his nature.
$60.
Do you know who Robert's favourite singer is?
I don't know, because he's not really much of a music man, is he, Robert?
Not much, but he does have a favourite singer.
140.
Before you say anything, it's not one of the Proclaimers brothers. I'm not even sure he likes that song.
100.
Lionel Richie.
You couldn't be more wrong.
It's a Celine Dion then.
140.
You're still very wrong, but you are getting warmer.
Well, he's definitely not a Swiftie.
Now you're getting colder. Good thing he's getting warmer in
85.
this game. 4 darts away from winning it.
One more guess. Tina Turner.
97.
Right era, wrong person.
Whitney?
You said you only had one guess. You're gone. You're finished.
But
You're
was it
done.
Whitney?
You're done. Annie Lennox. Scottish, isn't she?
60. Robert, you require 80.
Well, he's had tops. But he's not going to go that route.
60.
Warburton, all he can do is pressure. I think Robert is less than impressed with his efforts at double 10. He's still telling himself off for it in the background. He's still got his sense of humour, even when he's behind in this
60.
game.
Robert, you require 20.
Well, Robert Thornton probably feels as if he is walking on broken glass in this game.
Game shot. The
However,
sixth leg,
he is
Robert
taking us
Thornton.
all the way, and Warby's thinking, why?
Seventh
Oh,
and
it's Sam
final leg.
Matterface.
Mike to throw first. Game up.
You're dropping the old puns in there, are you?
We've already spoken about
60.
Mike Warburton's rather questionable taste in music this week.
What's questionable about his taste in music?
He likes Coldplay.
95.
Oh, yeah, that is questionable. Not going to hold it against him. When Phil Taylor retired, his last song at Alexandra Palace was Coldplay.
140.
Viva La Vida, which is actually my that's my alarm in the morning. That's genuinely my phone alarm in the morning.
Incredibly insightful. Thanks for that, Henry.
140.
It's the tidbit that everybody needed. That's a great dart. That one's even better.
140.
This topsy-turvy game between the bottom two will have its end very soon.
84.
Oh, and that might be the reason why Warburton wins it.
Mike, you require 161.
That one little slip outside of the 20 bed. And Warburton has got 2 visits to finish this off.
2 visits. He's going to need to go over the line, chase the 25 for the
50.
last. He is like an evolved Pokemon, isn't he?
Yeah, but he didn't throw that very well. That was a bit jabby.
83.
Oh, look where Robert's
Mike, you
left.
require 111.
He's already had 99 in this game.
Well, looking at the Nelson. Not going to get... Well, we spoke about Annie Lennox in this game. This is
46.
the Nina
Robbie,
shot,
you
isn't it?
require
99. Doesn't want red balloons, but he wants a couple of tops. Wants another one of them. To do
Game
it
shot.
again.
And the match,
Second time in
Robert
this
Thornton.
match. And the third time this week. And that is back-to-back wins to Robert Thornton. He's really rediscovering his mojo. He's rediscovering that winning touch. Rediscovering that Modus touch. Well, it was a slow start to the week for the four, but he's getting there now. A decent display. Some excellent finishing. He wins by 4 legs to 3. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've got Carl Batchelor and Jack Aldridge going head-to-head here in a pivotal Game 11 of the session. Now, for Mr. Porky, if he wins this game, he moves on to 20 points in the table. He would eliminate Jack Aldridge from the running, and it would force Jamai van den Herik to get the better of Nathan Potter in the game thereafter to be able to get himself into Saturday night's final.
81.
It's pretty simple. This could all be done and dusted in the next 2 games. If Batchelor wins and Van den Herik loses
100.
in the next match against Nathan Potter. Potter needs an absolute miracle to win this group from here. It's
140.
It's probably more likely that Scotland are going to win the World Cup. I don't mean that nastily, by the way. I'm just trying to give you some sort of indication as to how unlikely it is. It's pretty much if Batchelor gets one more leg, he will eliminate Nathan Potter.
100.
And he's starting pretty well. But it's very simple, isn't it? Beat Jack Aldridge. And then wait and see. But if he wins both of his games, he's going to be
60.
good.
Yeah, Potter needs the kind of magic trick that's reserved for Hogwarts at this present moment in time. As a Batchelor, if he wins this game, he'll be very close to smelling of roses as far as this group is concerned.
Let's not forget, Henry, both of these guys are coming into this game off the back of 109
40.
average.
Carl, you require 98.
Both having their best performance on this stage in the last hour.
58. Jack, you require 167.
167. Still on. Bullseye. Oh,
Game
that's
shot
massive.
in the first leg.
That is
Jack
massive for
Aldridge.
Jack Aldridge. Batchelor sat on tops
Second leg is
to
Jack
hang
for
on to his
first.
throw.
Game on.
And Aldridge has hit him with a left and a right.
$140.
Earlier on today, I did say that those checkouts are particularly sweet when your opponent's sitting on a double.
46.
But that one is better than sweet, because that is arguably the hardest finish on the board.
My word, that
96.
will feel like a kick in the solar plexus for Carl Batchelor.
Welcome to Modus Super Series life against some of the best players at this level.
58.
Because that's what they can do. We might be looking at that shot at the end of the day as to why
95.
Carl does not win this group.
Well, he hit the 167 the previous leg, and he's now left himself with the 170. The only difference is he's not going to need to take
100.
it.
Jack, you
And
require
I get the sense
170.
Batchelor's just been shook a little bit by what his opponent did in the previous leg.
42.
That's not gone very well. He might be under pressure.
140. Jack, you require
We saw what he did in his
128.
previous game against Nathan Potter. Winning legs from behind. He's not winning this
shot in
leg.
the
That's
second
another
leg.
bull check out
Jack
from Aldridge. He can't miss it.
Third leg is called to throw first. Game up.
The middle of the diddle is really solving the riddles here for Jack Aldridge.
85.
We've never had anybody win a game with 4 bullseyes, have we?
100.
Never have we seen a player win a game with 4-ton plus checkouts. Here. Did see Graham
41.
Usher do it at Ye Oldie Livey Leaguey once upon a time.
You love that phrase, don't you?
Yes, because it's an old tournament.
Yeah, you make it sound like when we were in
57.
Southampton, we were at the Renaissance Fair.
Well, it does feel rather medieval now in comparison to the brilliant setup we have here.
100.
Oh, how brilliant was that as well? They're not disappointing here at all. Here comes the hit back.
100.
Could have been just a slice more. These two are not that far apart geographically.
55.
And I don't mean on the hockey. I mean where they reside. Tipton is not that far from Staffordshire.
58. Carl, you require 140.
You could even classify it as a West Midlands derby of sorts.
41.
Oh no. But having said that, 99 is a very good number today. If your name is Robert.
58. Carl, you require 99.
Seeing more 99s today than a Mr. Whippy ice cream van. Are we going to whip up another one with tops again? Not this time.
Yeah, but Aldridge has left
59.
the shot he's just hit.
Jack, you require 128.
Oh, really? Well, he's human.
Yeah, 56 back.
And as soon as that first star
88.
went in, I think
Carl, you
everybody
require
around the world was
40.
thinking, he's going to hit that.
Yeah, the finishing, which is bordering on ridiculous. This has to go.
30. Jack, you require
And you really
40.
do begin to fear the worst for Carl Batchelor.
Game shot in the third
Fear
leg.
the worst he
Jack
will. Aldridge
Aldridge.
is 3-0 to the good.
Fourth leg is Jack to throw first. Game on.
This has been really topsy-turvy today.
40.
As analysts within this game, Henry, you do ask questions. And sometimes when you get it wrong, you've got to hold your hands up. I said
95.
Nathan Potter was the most likely to hit the high levels. I was wrong. It's Aldridge.
140.
If anything, this has been better than Monday now. And off the back of a loss in round one.
140.
Where we said, let's be honest, we thought the loser of that game between him and Nathan Potter would most likely be out the running. But since then, Aldridge has been
140.
perfect and Nathan Potter has been anything but.
48.
Almost feels like match point already.
140.
It definitely is now. Remember, Batchelor has lost 4-0 already today to his closest challenger. It might be happening again.
38. Jack, you require 41.
And this will put Jack Aldridge to the summit of the group on legs difference.
9.
Is that a temporary pause? Batchelor plus 16 leg difference. Aldridge plus 11.
60.
This could be an 8-leg
Jack, you require
swing.
32.
Aldridge for the top.
88.
Game
We
shot.
have a new leader,
And, the match,
and
Jack
his
Aldridge.
name is Jack Aldridge. Carl Batchelor has seen himself at the summit for pretty much the whole of the day. But as we head towards the final furlong of matches, he is going to see himself chasing. Jack Aldridge beats Carl Batchelor by 4-0. Jemai Vanden hear it. That will be music to his ears as he takes on Nathan Potter after the break. 10. And Scotland are off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Vansky as Burnett steps up. And Richie Burnett does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
16 to complete a 4-1 success. And it's third time in the chart, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a paired 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard the live now. Steve West is in race again. Well, that might well be the biggest cheer we see tonight. And kicks off for Maximin. And I suppose the one advantage of well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this packed-out Portland.
And he only needed one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands!
Saturday nights, we open up our doors here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and you can join us. Scan that little QR code if you're watching your telly. We'll give you a couple of seconds to get your smartphone out. There you go. Whack your camera onto that QR code. It will send you over to www.dartsworldstore.com, and you'll be able to ascertain your tickets for any given Saturday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We get underway at 7:30. Doors open from 6:30. And there's some tickets still available for Champions Night on Saturday, the 25th of July. Derek Coulson is looking to win that elusive title. The one thing, really, that is missing from his Super Series cabinet. However, we're jostling for positions on this Wednesday afternoon in Group A. And before the break, we saw Jack Aldridge get the better of Carl Batchelor by 4-0. And so this is how the land lies in this Group A. Aldridge on 18 points, plus 15 legs difference. Batchelor, 18 points, plus 12. And Jemai van den Herik on 16 points, plus 11. Now, if he can win this game by 4-0, he'd be on 18 points plus 15. But he would be just a leg behind Jack Aldridge in terms of the legs one, shall I say. He'd be on 46, Jemai would be on 45. In fact, there could be a situation here, Nico, where Carl Batchelor could be on 18 points 99. Plus 12. Aldridge on 18 points plus 15, and Jemai van den Herik 18 points plus 15, and there'd be a leg on legs one between the three players.
60.
The one thing we do know is that Nathan Potter is out of the running.
Yes.
So we are now down to 3. But how often do we say that we're down to 3 possible winners
77.
with 4 games to go? Yeah, that doesn't happen every week. In fact, that doesn't happen every series.
You made a very good point at the midway stage of today's
85.
action. Look at game 15. Jack Aldridge against Jemai van den Herik. Jemai can win this game. There's every chance that match might well be an eliminator to see who wins the group.
97.
Do you know what? It could be more intricate than that. Someone might have to win by a margin.
In some senses, you kind of... Nothing against Nathan here, but for the neutral watching, a 4-0 win for Jemai van den Herik would be the perfect scenario, because it would then be, in the loosest sense of the word, providing Carl Batchelor can't match them, then it would be 96. A straight shootout in effect to see who's going to top the group.
I don't even know who's favourite to win this game, though, because they've both come into this one off a loss.
84.
That was the difference between Batchelor against Aldridge. They were both coming in off their best performance of the group. These are both coming in off a defeat. Defeat means nothing. Absolutely
Game shot in the
nothing.
first leg, Jemai van den Herik.
He hits what Potter left.
Second leg is
First
Nathan to
dibs.
throw first. Game on.
He's popped the cork for a bit of champagne, Jemai van den Herik, and he didn't even have the slightest sliver of
45.
emotion.
Here's a question for you. If Kaya Basil leaves 1-3-2 tomorrow, what is that shot then called?
Milk.
The milk shot.
17.
Because in football, if you win a youth team tournament, now you get... I take it you've heard of the Milk Cup in Northern Ireland.
I've heard of
60.
the Milk Cup when it was the Milk Cup in the UK,
So-
back when I was a kid.
So there's a youth football competition in Northern Ireland called the Milk Cup. It's for like the best under 16s, under 17 teams in Europe. Like Man United playing it,
59.
Juventus playing it, Barcelona playing it. If you win the tournament, instead of like being sprayed with champagne, they give you gallons upon gallons of milk.
100.
Nah, I don't buy it. Got to think of something better than that.
Well, there's useless factoid of the day.
Yeah, I don't like the milk
60.
shot. I'm just not a big fan of it. I'm sure we can think of something better for Kaya over the next couple of years.
The rose water? Because that's what they use in Formula 1 in countries
100.
where, for religious purposes, they don't have champagne.
Have you tried rose water? It's incredibly strong.
Is it?
Yeah.
100.
If you put it in cooking, it only deserves one drop. It's really strong. Well, this has been pretty strong so
60.
far with the 1-3-2 checkout, which led us down that path. And Van den Herik could even leave it again. He's not going to, is he? He nearly did.
95. Nathan, you got 136.
So 136. No longer on the cards. Van den Herik needs just the one treble to give himself a poke and a double for a 2-0
100.
lead and a second consecutive tub
117.
plus checkout. If he doesn't, Potter is hot on his heels.
97.
Gave
Nathan,
that
you require 36.
every chance.
Game shot in the second leg.
Nathan gave that every
Potter.
chance. I was a bit worried about that top
Third
shot for
leg
Van
is
den
Jemai
Herik
to
because
throw
the single
first.
17
Game
was
on.
very high. He almost left himself on double 3.
Should be worth noting as well, you mentioned the form card of the two players coming into this game, but
93.
you may remember the meeting that the pair had yesterday. It wasn't an all-time classic. It felt like both players were struggling with the pace of
140.
one another. It was a 4-3 win for Jemai van den Herik. That was the game where Potter missed 14 darts at a double. Van den Herik won despite being 4 from 14 on the
58.
outer ring. And it felt like at no point either player could properly get settled in that game.
60. $137.
Nathan Potter's got a dead rubber in his last match.
43.
But he is still fighting for Group B, isn't he? If he wants to have a longer lie-in on the next couple of darting days, he might just have to win his
177.
last 2 matches. And that's what's weird about this situation. 18 points
140.
could be
Jemai require
Group
36.
C this week.
2 18s.
Game shot in the
Well,
third
Jemai
leg.
van den
Jemai
Herik is
van den
doing his
Herik.
job on throw, which in this game isn't a problem because
Fourth
he
leg
has
is
the
Nathan
start.
to throw first. Game on.
You know, you were talking about the neutrals.
60.
How about this for a situation? Potter wins this game, he goes to 16 points. Then Warburton wins next, he goes to 12 and keeps Batchelor on 18.
60.
Then Potter beats Thornton, he goes to 18 points. and then you do have a shootout.
60.
But you'd have 3 players on 18 points and 1 on 20. That almost reminds us of a Champions Week we had once when Graham Usher won Group A.
59.
And he stuttered to winning that Group A campaign on the Wednesday. And it was only by the tiniest of margins.
Well, it is still conceivable
100.
that you could have 4 players finish this group on 18 points. I don't think there's ever... You know, Nico, I've sat here a lot in this chair over the last 4 and a bit
60.
years. I cannot remember that before. I cannot remember that in a Group A. I've seen tight Group A's, there's been a few points between a lot of players, but I don't think I've seen that.
100.
No time like the present. But for that to happen, Nathan Potter's got to win this game.
60.
And he's getting into gear.
100.
He's not as fluid as he was in his Group A campaign in the previous series. But it has felt like he's been chasing most of the time. He hasn't been to the
92.
top of the
Nathan, you're
table.
quite 81.
But he's been in touch.
Double 13.
55.
Clips the wire.
Jemima require 170.
Well, we've seen the champagne shot. Are we going to see the big fish from Van den Herik?
He's the king of making faces at the back of the stage, is Potter. I'll have to give him a montage.
60. Nathan, you require 26.
Double 13 again, if he so wishes.
Game shot in the
Now
fourth
there's a
leg,
split for you.
Nathan
How often have you
Potter.
seen that in the last 10 years?
Fifth leg is Jemima.
Can't say that I have.
Game on.
We always speculate sometimes when someone's on 14 as to who splits double 7. You don't see that often at all. Or who splits
100.
13s. First time in a while.
And all of a sudden, this game's beginning to change face because
140.
Nathan Potter now level at 2-2 and 2 treble turn. He's just beginning to overturn the throw here of his Dutch opponent.
93.
Yeah, 2 of the brightest young talents in the sport. If you were to have a Rising Stars week about a year ago,
60.
These 2 would be close to the top of the list of the invites. Well, it was where Nathan Potter initially made his name, wasn't it? Getting to the semi-finals of said week. Lost out to Ryan Brandley.
56.
Henry Coates, somebody we're going to see at Champions Week who would climb to the top step as our next big star.
41.
A couple of weeks ago, Ryan Brandley won Group A, didn't he? On 22 points. Well, nobody's going to reach that total this week.
Be interesting to see who's going to be in Rising Stars this year because
121.
Kaya Basil now old enough. Mitchell Lloyd turns the eligible age of 16 in a couple of months.
140. Jemima Carr 131.
Jack Drayton's eligible.
Hands up anybody who thought he was going to go treble 19
81.
first.
Nathan, you require 120.
Definitely not me. Hands up who thinks Nathan Potter's going for tops. Everyone.
100.
That shot has let him
Jemima
down a
require
lot
50.
over the last couple of days.
That's been his miss. Low. Ah, somebody's been watching Rob Collins in action. Double 16.
18.
He's pulling faces in the background that Van den Herik can't see.
Nathan, you require
The
20.
man of many faces.
He's a walking emoji machine.
Game shot in the fifth leg. Nathan
Well,
Potter.
gets there. And there's another one.
The man of 1,000 emotions.
Sixth leg is
He
Nathan
wants one of them to be
throw
really
first.
happy.
Game on.
Could be at the end of this leg.
Meanwhile, Vanden Herik looks as out of place as
140.
every single bit of hair that's been combed over this morning. Do you reckon he borrowed Bradley Roos's hair gel?
Borrowed.
81.
Is he going to give it back? I'm finished with it now. Come and get it.
$60.
Look at it, not a hair out of place.
100.
I think he's been getting hairstyling lessons from Lee Cox.
$100.
Trust me, as a man who's slowly but surely balding, I can appreciate a good head of hair that's kept up together very well.
I think everybody can appreciate that. He wouldn't mind another one when he comes back. However, even if he gets
100.
he needs Potter to miss to stay in the game.
Well, they used to wrap it up and
40. Nathan, you require 101.
give us another twist in a Group A, which has just left us guessing the whole way through.
61. Jemiah require 140.
We've had double-double finishes today. There's an option for one in this shot. He takes the extra time because he knows how big this can be. Contrasting emotions on the stage. You got one person trying to hit a shot like this, and the other one waiting to see if he'll hit it. Which he has!
On the sixth leg, Jemiah Vanden Herik.
Whatever he went through as a process for that shot was unbelievably
Seventh and final
elite.
leg, it's Jemiah to throw first.
Who can hit a shot like that to keep something alive? Think of the shots we've seen over the last 60 minutes. The 167 from Aldridge. The 128 to back it up in the next leg, and that to save the match.
Game on.
And that was done with Potter sitting on tops.
That good that it made me screech out
44.
involuntarily.
$41.
That really has rattled Potter, hasn't it?
Wouldn't it you?
Yeah, it would rattle most players.
59.
I'm not surprised that both players are having a slow start to the last leg.
But the pressure does sometimes go the other way around because Vanden Herik, having hit that 140 checkout, is then in a position to try and back it up. How many times do we see it when a player gets a break, having done something good, they then kick off treblers and then they hand the initiative straight back?
45.
And he's just handed it back to Nathan Potter here. He's taken the throw in this last leg to side it.
$95. $60.
Well, just when Jemiah may have thought he'd broken the back of Nathan Potter, just when it looked like his resolve had been
58.
shattered, he's come back out swinging. He's left himself on a finish after 12. Vanden Herik here needs a two-treble turn just to leave himself on an out.
59. Nathan, you're
This isn't over yet.
167.
It will be soon, but we don't know how soon.
60.
Now, what does Vanden Herik do from this number? He might have to use the 25 at the end of the visit to leave a finish. Now he doesn't have to. There was an
100.
option of
Nathan,
using the
you're
25 to get to
107.
something easier. The 134 though. Well, that would have been a rather ridiculous way to end this game.
39.
As would this be.
Jemai, you require 134.
Took out the 1-4 in the previous leg. Took out the 1-3-2 to get the game started.
He's going through the same pause and process.
But it's not going to be the same result. So Nathan Potter should get the guarantee of a match start
39.
here to get over the line.
Nathan, you
To
require
keep Van den
68.
Herik on 16 points. And to make an advantage Aldridge and Bachelor to win this group. 47 left. It's double top to sink Van den Herik.
28.
And that bends the wire.
Jemai, you require 95.
What a let-off. Now what do you do? Treble at 25. Treble. And the
shot.
double.
And
The one in the
reverse
middle was
Jemai Van den
atrocious. But the other two were right on cue. And Jemai Van den Herik with two hero finishes wins by 4 legs to 3 and is still in the mix to win this group. Yes, they were both 82 averages, but that was 7 legs of pure drama.
Welcome back, everyone. How's your head? Because ours is hurting going through all the permutations on this Wednesday afternoon, because Jemai van den Heerik's 4-3 win against Nathan Potter means we have a three-way tie at the top of the table. Let's have a look at said three-way tie, and let's try and explain it the best that we possibly can going into this final round of fixtures. So, Jack Aldridge at the top on 18 points. Carl Batchelor in second position, 18 points, and Jemai van den Heerik in third. Plus 15 leg difference for Aldridge, plus 12 for Batchelor and van den Heerik. And as you can see, one leg between the three in terms of legs won. If Carl Batchelor loses next game, he's gone. It means Aldridge van den Heerik is a straight shootout. However, there is a potential situation where Carl Batchelor and Jemai van den Heerik, depending on their results in the last round of fixtures, could be involved in a dead heat. And that would mean that they'd be level on points, level on legs difference, level on legs won. Now, if all those three things happen, because Carl Batchelor's won the head-to-head between the two players 2-1 over the course of the Group A, it would mean that Batchelor would win the group. Got it? Good. Let's move on. And let's get into the final round of fixtures as Carl Batchelor takes on Mike Warburton. We have seen a Group A in the past won via a head-to-head. Jared Cole did it back in Series 2, Week 2. He needed to beat Neil Duff 4-1 to go down to every single possible metric. It did. And Jared Cole won because he won it 2-1 with every single game going by a 4-1 scoreline.
What I'd like to confirm at this juncture is that Henry didn't actually research that. He plucked that from his darting brain just now.
First leg is Carl.
Trust me, there's some things that you remember when you're commentating.
You make a good point. I don't think we're going to forget about this group for a while. But let's handle
59.
the basics. Carl loses. See you later. And that later is tomorrow. If he wins, he's got
60.
an excellent chance. But his best route of winning this group is to beat Warburton in a very healthy fashion. He has done so once this week.
100.
And then he would prefer Van den Heerik to win the final match of the day by a scoreline less than the one he would get.
98.
That's how he wins the group. Or via the dead heat scenario.
Yeah, we had some fun during that commercial break trying to come up with those particular permutations.
28. Carl, you call 164.
Warburton is not going to change his position in the table. No matter what happens, he's going to be 5th.
56. $30. Carl, you require 108.
For leg one on the board, triple 19 would have left double 18.
48.
Still plenty of time, and I just wonder whether Warpy's just run out of a little bit of steam here towards the end of what's been a fairly tumultuous group for him.
Yeah, that's the right word. It has been hard work for him. Even when he's playing the person at the foot of the table.
140. Carl,
They
you
turn up
require
against
60.
him. Robert Thornton's playing a lot better today. But Batchelor has been very up and down.
21.
Just like that visit.
Mike, you require 143.
He's been up and down like a yo-yo. Today is Carl Batchelor. Oh, this would hurt. This would hurt. There's
Game
another
shot the
twist
first
in the
leg,
tail.
Mike Warburton.
There's another twist in the knife. And another big ton plus checkout
Second leg is
in
Mike
this
to go
pendulum
first.
swinging
Game
Group
up.
A. And it may have just tilted the scales in the favour of Aldridge and Van den Heerik.
Well, in the last 30 minutes, we have seen 2 of the most difficult checkouts on the
100.
dartboard. The 167 from Jack Aldridge and the 143 from Warburton. They are genuinely two of the most
85.
difficult shots. You need 3 pure darts in 3 different areas of the board. No deflections are possible. What is it about them being hit when people are on a double? There's no such thing as safety today.
Carl Batcher's really learning what the
140.
Super Series is all about today, isn't he?
Trust me, it's not like this every Wednesday.
Incidentally, that's the 11th ton plus checkout of the session, the 4th for Mike
140.
Warburton.
Yeah, that's rather impressive. We've been consistent with the 180s over the last 3 days. 33 on Monday, 32
100.
yesterday.
Mike require 161.
Let's see how we stand after this match before we give you the total.
Now the 161 isn't going to go for Warby. He'll pick up the
65.
25 for the last to leave himself on a 2-darter. All Batcher could do is try and leave himself on a double, but the only way he'll do so is by finding 2 trebles of his last 2 darts.
40. Mike, you require 96.
That's where his issues
Carl, you
are.
require 136.
Weight of dart. It's not about the line.
$43.
That one's gone
Mike, you
awry.
require 40.
Warburton does have an option here of doubling his lead. That is a marker. And it was
Games on the
used.
second leg, Mike Warburton.
And used perfectly. And Warby moves
Third leg
2
is
up.
Carl to throw first.
And halfway
Game up.
towards eliminating Carl Batchelor for winning this group.
The more legs he wins, the less likely it is that
43.
Batchelor is going to have that wiggle room that he needs to get over the line.
Well, the best he can get to now is plus 14 in legs difference.
Let me ask you a
60.
question, Henry. As of this very second, who's favourite to win the group?
Jack Aldridge.
60.
Yeah, and he's not playing until game 15.
And effectively, the table may mean absolutely nothing because that match would effectively be a knockout tie.
95.
That's a good point. We know the next game is almost a dead rubber because that's going to be 2 people from Group C this week.
140.
That's where Potter's going. Who thought that was going to happen at the start of the week?
I reckon at this point we should stop
60.
asking each other questions because we just don't have any answers to them, because every time we think something's the case, the absolute opposite tends to happen.
Live sport doesn't have answers.
140.
You can ask as many questions as you want in speculation, but it's the action that gives you the result.
Live sport is not something you can write down on a pre-prepared script.
100. Carl, you require 118.
Stay there.
94.
He's done a very good job. He's got to eat into that lead and hope that Warburton hits the wall again. A bit like he did at the start of the match, but he dug his way out with that 1-4-3.
Something is about to get the wrath of Warby.
60. Carl, you require 24.
He's worked his way in.
Third leg,
I
Carl
think
Batchelor.
We all began to fear the worst following a nervy first, but
Four
to his
leg is
credit, he's
Mike
held it
to throw
together. Back to
first.
2-1.
Game up.
And look, you can tell that he is right under it at this present moment in time.
Well, let's face facts. It has been up and down today for Batchelor.
60.
His middle stuff, 86 average and beating Thornton in his first game. You think, okay, that's a good start. After that, he went missing.
100.
Lost to Van den Herik to 0. His worst performance of the group, 74.35. But then, 109.1. And then he goes back to a 79 and a 4-0 loss to Aldridge, which ultimately could see him lose this group. So it's been about as up and down as you could have. 109 to 74. That is a range of 35 points.
And even in this game, he's had his ups and downs.
60.
Well, let me put it into some sort of perspective. If you look at a 74 average, roughly, that's what he was averaging with 2 darts in his best performance of the group.
46. $60.
There it is again. Line is great. Weight of dart, too fluctuant.
92.
It's a good last, but it still doesn't stop Warby from having 6 on the 2-2-1 to move himself 2 clear. And if he does, Batchelor will begin to think
100.
that the writing may well be on the wall.
$56.
I like that play.
Mike, you require 121.
Leave something that is easier to find. And 130 is the easiest checkout in that range.
And aim for the far on the treble 17.
97.
Has Mr.
Carl,
Porky
you've
got a little
130.
fish in his locker? Another one of them, and he's double 5. Gets it. Double 5.
120.
What a shot that would have been. What a time
Mike,
it would have
requires
been for a shot like
24.
that. But Warburton
Game
holds
shot
firm
fourth
on double
leg,
12
Mike Warburton.
to move 2 clear. And now Carl Batchelor has to
Fifth
be
leg
word
is Carl
perfect
to
if he
throw
wants to stay in this
first.
group.
Game up. $43.
He's starting to feel it now. If there's one thing he's got to remember later, it's how he feels now after playing 14 and a half games.
60.
This is not easy. Mentally, a lot of debutants after 3 days are fried.
22.
For you, what was the first time in this position like for yourself? Because you're in a similar position where your big break was the Grand Slam, similar format, less games. What's it like when you're in that position for the
100.
first time and you know that there's something tangible you can achieve?
I've never been asked that question, but I do have an answer.
58.
It was the Australian Open 2008. That was the day that Robert Thornton did get his first PDC title. I played Robert in the final. But in the semi-final, before I played Pat
57.
O'Reilly, I was told, if you win that game, you're in the World Championship and the Grand Slam. No pressure.
68.
Everything was on the line. Literally, my entire life was on the line. And I managed to win that game. I managed to hold it together.
100.
But it was not easy by any means. It was very, very hard.
$81.
Well, Warburton here, 6 starts away. And it would mean that game 15 between Aldridge and Van den Herik would be nothing more than a straight shootout to see who wins the group.
140.
Bachelor's race would have been won, or run, should I say.
He's averaging 76 in this game.
55.
His worst
Mike
performances of the week
44.
have all shown up on Wednesday.
It's double 16 for Warburton.
Game
Carl
shot.
Batchelor's out
And
the
match,
race.
Mike Warburton.
He is run, and so now it will be to the last game to see where the group will be won. between Jack Aldridge and Jemai Baden-Herrick. Well, you don't need me to tell you how Carl Batchelor is feeling at this present moment in time. Crestfallen, you can understand it, but a professional job, a professional display for Mike Warburton, teed him over the line 4-1.
This is the shot that sent Carl Batchelor into Group B this week. It is the executioner known as Mike Warburton, who's going into Group C himself via 5th position in the table, that denied Batchelor the chance to win Group A this week on debut. So what that means is our final game of the afternoon, which will follow this one, will be a straight shootout to see who makes it to 20 points and who gets the 2 days off ahead of finals night in week 10. It's all smiles at the start of this one between Thornton and Potter. As it stands right now in the daily table, Nathan Potter is bottom with only 1 win from 4 matches.
First leg is Nathan to throw first. Gamer.
Robert has got 2 victories, and they've come back-to-back in his last 2 matches. So he's getting the hang of this after
60.
A somewhat torrid start. But now that he's relaxed, we might just see the best of him.
140.
Positions aren't going to change in the table. With a win, Potter will go to 16 points and stay in
100.
fourth. A win for Thornton would get him on to 8 points.
82.
And would give him his best day of the week. And his only day so far with more wins than losses. So there is something to play for Robert.
80.
But I just wonder what kind of mindset Potter's going to have going into Group C this week. Because this has been very
47.
different to the last time he was here in Group A, where he had 14 wins from 15.
97. 30. Nathan, you require 164.
Potter is going to have 6 starts from here. He'd probably look to trim off the 64, but he's not going to do that.
86.
He's going to get a little bit more than that.
$131. Nathan, you require 78.
So this for Potter to draw first blood. Double top.
58.
Just low.
Robert, you require
He's got to fix that, hasn't he? That's been happening way too often.
$31. Nathan, you require 20. Game
That's
shot
how you hit
first
10s,
leg,
though.
Nathan Potter.
But the only reason we mention it is
Second
because
leg is Robert
we
to throw
see
first.
every shot and we understand the tendencies of a player over the course of 3 days. And if we see something that constantly
47.
happens, we mention it because it's for the benefit of the player.
$60.
Can you imagine a lead batsman constantly nicking into second slip? They're obviously doing something wrong. So you'd maybe try and change the footwork or
140.
maybe how straight the bat is when the ball's coming through. With Potter at the minute, that shot at tops has got to be more consistent.
60.
I was going to say, did you watch the Ashes in the winter?
$100.
Certainly something for Thornton to work with going into Thursday and Friday. Of that, there's no doubt. I think on Monday
64.
we were just beginning to fear the worst a little bit for Robert, but he's improved as the group's gone along. He's picked up a couple of wins today. In fact, he is improving
45.
incrementally day upon day. No wins on day 1, 1 win on day 2, 2 wins on day 3.
Yeah, that's the kind of pattern that Batchelor had until the middle of today. 3 wins, then 4 wins. He was looking for
21.
5 today, and he had 2. So he's gone in the other direction.
Well, if Thornton carries on that trend, he'll finish on 14 points in Group C.
99.
For as long as he has a decent leg difference, should be enough to see him into Saturday night's final. And he's going to have a look at the 70 here to square us back up
60.
at 1 apiece.
Robert, you require 70.
3 10s, 2
Game shot in the
20s,
second
1
leg,
1.
Robert Thornton.
In the immortal words of Tommy Cooper, just
Third
like
leg
that.
is Nathan to throw first. Game on.
What do you know about Tommy Cooper?
30.
What's more, how do you know anything about Tommy Cooper? I think he was gone before I was born.
81.
Had the hat, didn't he?
That's called a fez.
Yes, yes. Didn't he die on stage?
96.
Bit morbid, isn't it? Very funny man. But someone of your age should not know anything about Tommy Cooper.
60.
Yeah, but you also know, Nick, I'm not the most conventional of 25-year-olds.
That's because you're 26.
Well, not for another 6 weeks.
83.
Trust me, when you head to your late 20s and you begin to feel old, you'll take the 25 for as long as you can.
I think one of Henry's first Christmas presents when he was a kid was a pipe and slippers.
60.
Well, if he'd found the treble 20 with that, he's a wizard. Also named Potter. But he can't be a darting wizard because we've already got 2 of those.
140.
And the Apprentice is coming tomorrow.
$95. Robert, you call 160.
Well, Thornton able to take out the 160. What can Potter make of the 137
100.
to edge his
Nathan,
nose in
you call
front?
137.
There's that dart again.
97. Robert, you require 60.
Just to give you an idea of the dovetail in Nathan Potter's performance, he's averaging beneath 70 right now.
40. Nathan, you require 40. Game shot in the third
If he's going to be a
leg,
pro player,
Nathan
this is the kind of
Potter.
performance over the last 3 days that he can't have.
Fourth leg is Robert to throw first.
I
Game
just
up.
wonder if that first game of the group has affected him. He lost with 100 average.
134.
He won't enjoy this now. And if he is enjoying it now, then I would question one or two things. But I think in retrospect,
180.
we might find more out about Nathan Potter in this group during this spell when things haven't quite gone to plan. Maybe more than we will do when he's playing well. Because we're going to learn how he's going to deal with a little bit of adversity for the first time here.
He's up against the person who knows more about adversity than most.
121.
Back into 2011, we weren't even sure he was going to survive
58.
after a bout of pneumonia. 6 months later, he won the UK Open.
$85.
Oh, wow, he says. But it's a good recovery.
121. Nathan,
Of course it was.
115.
It's just typical Robert. Turns an awful visit into a really good one.
57.
Now this
Robert,
should
you call
be
107.
57 or 7, 60,
67.
and he was missing the final ingredient.
Nathan, you require 58.
Potter here with an opportunity to break the throw and then throw for it in the next. But that might be the worst dart he's thrown at
26.
tops this week.
Robert,
Now,
you
I'm going to
require
throw out
40.
a term here, which I didn't think I was going to say it, but that was a lazy dart from Potter.
Game shot in the fourth
And this is a
leg,
very
Robert
deserved
Thornton.
drawn scoreline for Robert Thornton. That previous
Fifth
shot
leg
from
is
Potter,
Nathan
that's
to throw
something that just
first.
can't happen.
Game on.
And as a player, and look, you know
60.
probably as well as anybody with the trials and tribulations you went through, you've got to find a way of getting yourself, in chefing terminology, out of the weeds.
41.
There are going to be times where you play this game and you don't enjoy it, but then you switch on the professional state of mind.
140.
And that's where really good rhythm comes in. Stay in a nice rhythm. Try and stay in a nice, light mindset. And you can still make things happen. But if everything's really heavy between
11.
the ears, and the action starts to break down and you start flinging darts without rhythm, that's where you can lose your game.
60.
But it's also where we look at where these two are in terms of their career. For Robert,
87.
been there, seen it, done it. He's trying to enjoy some of the twilight years of his career. As for Nathan Potter, there's almost a pressure and expectation from within that everything's got to come now.
60.
Yeah, him and about another million others. That's the thing, it doesn't have to come right now.
96.
Enjoy the journey.
Let me give you one example of that. Luke Humphreys promising young player, few quiet years in the doldrums.
140.
And then when he came back to life, well, we all know and we've all seen what's happened since.
But all the way through, he was learning
77.
and trying to better
Nathan, you require
himself.
41.
And he found the magical ingredients. That one has missed a single one by more than an inch.
25.
It's in his head now. I'm
43.
sure there are people around the world singing
Nathan, you
Willie
require
O'Connor's walk-on song now
16.
because it's in his head.
Well, those darts have been almost thrown like a
Game shot in the
zombie,
mid
hasn't it?
leg,
But Nathan
Nathan
Potter,
Potter.
3-2 to the good.
Six-legged Robert to throw first. Game up.
I like that. He's still seeing the lighter side of it. He's not one of those players, even after a performance like this, which isn't his best.
180.
He's not flapping. He's not trying to find excuses.
60.
He has still got that slightly light mindset.
Oh, you couldn't meet a more pleasant, more polite young man than Nathan Potter.
60.
Very well high. He's very highly regarded in East Anglia. Spoken to a few people in that area,
100.
like Stephen Burton and some others. They all think, yep, he's got something.
Did he ever get his dart back? Stephen Burton?
You'd have to ask Bertie.
94.
And that is now why we got those little smoke catchers for the smoke machine, because Stephen Burton on night one dropped one down there. We
60.
could never find it again.
Robert, you got 167.
It's like a darting Davy Jones locker.
93. $45. Robert, you cross 74.
To take us all the way. Double 16.
Game shot
And
the
all the
sixth
way we
leg.
will go.
Robert Thornton. Seventh and final leg is Nathan to throw first.
How
Game
can you
up.
not enjoy having a game against Robert Thornton at any time?
60.
Just thinking, right, for someone like Kaya Basil, just think about how much information you'll be able to get out of someone like Robert Thornton, spending a couple of days in the practice room with him.
62.
Do you think you'll ask him questions?
I'd like to think so. Well, maybe not inadvertently, but
100.
I remember Matthew Edgar speaking about sometimes the best thing he did was maybe not watch but listen and just kind of see what other people do, and you kind of learn good
99.
traits, bad traits, what you should do, what you shouldn't do. Observation is an underrated art.
60.
Who's going to win this one?
84.
4 threes today. There have not been many. In fact, Nathan Potter has been in both of them. And when I say both, that means there's only been 2.
83.
This one and his game with Jemai van den Herik, which is one of the most disruptive games that we've had this week.
140.
Let's not forget that 140 checkout from van den Herik, which saved the match when Potter was on a double to win it. Well, here we go again.
Robert, you got
Potter's on 98,
116.
waiting to win the match. Can Thornton stop him in his tracks?
$81 left.
54. Nathan,
But
you
is that
require
the final
98.
throws for the Fawn in this Group A? Because Potter is looking at tops. It's just not
58.
likely.
Robert, you got 62.
And it's not the fact he's missed, it's the margin of the misses that's been the problem for Potter. Tops are finishing off.
42.
He thought that was in.
Nathan, you
It was right on
require
track.
40. Game shot.
Well,
and
that's
match,
perfect for
Nathan
Potter. And he does pick off points in his final Group A match. Robert Thornton, a better day again today. That man has got a little bit of soul searching to do, you feel. But he does win his last game of the group, the final match of the group, is a straight shootout between Jack Aldridge and Jamai van den Herik. Here we go then, a straight shootout to see who is going to win this Group A. Jack Aldridge and Jamai van den Herik, and the situation's rather simple. They don't need to look at league tables. They don't need to look at permutations. To all intents and purposes, this is a knockout match. The winner will be the first player to qualify through to Saturday's final. The loser will still have a decent chance of making it through to Saturday night, but they will be participating in Group B tomorrow and Friday from 10 p.m. live here on Pluto TV. Well, it's been a day littered with twists and turns. When Jack Aldridge lost his opening match to Nathan Potter and he was consigned to P4, he looked like a man who was virtually out of the running. For Jamai van den Herik, he's had a helter-skelter of a day. Just when it looked like he was striking at the right time, having won each of his opening two games, he would be defeated by Robert Thornton by 4-2. And then we thought it could be all over by the shouting. Nathan Potter could have put him away. But 2-ton plus finishes, the 132 and the 140, saw him cross the line there. As for Jack Aldridge, since that defeat to Nathan Potter, he has been a man possessed.
60.
Put in the best average of the day in the group. He beat Mike Warburton 4-0, averaging 109.31, 4 from 4 in terms of the doubles. And actually, his
96.
numbers all day have been rather neat and tidy.
41.
And as impressive as Aldridge has been on the doubles, 14 hits from 34 for 41%. It's Van den Herik who was slightly better.
140.
14 hits from 31 for 45%. Those fine margins
100.
could indeed transcribe to this game. Like you said, it is a knockout match of sorts. And games like this are often won
56.
because one person misses a shot and the other one hits. This has been the bogey fixture this week for Aldridge. He has not beaten Van den Herik at all. But there's nothing sweeter than having the last laugh.
84. Jack, you require 78.
Well, the last laugh will be reserved for later, but who's going to draw first blood? Two in hand, his favourite double 12.
Game shot in the
Which
first
is
egg,
found,
Jack
and it is Aldridge who strikes the first blow in this game.
Second egg is Jemai to throw
You
first.
win this game and you get the right to play the first game on Saturday night at around about 7:45. And if you can't be here on Saturday night to watch it live,
100.
it will be live and free on Pluto TV as usual.
As we head towards the business end now of this Series 14, just to mark your card, Monday the 20th of July is when Champions Week gets underway. The big date for your diary
57.
is Saturday the 25th of July, when Champions Night will be on the horizon.
96.
And we get our coverage underway. Slightly earlier time at 7 o'clock. We're going to have an extended build-up for those finals.
100.
It's going to be quite the week because the World Match Play is also
57.
taking place. So if you like your darts, it's a good week to be glued in front of the telly.
Yeah, that's an incredible week. And that Saturday is an incredible day. Champions Night and the World Match Play semi-finals.
100.
That's like playing the FA Cup final and Championship playoff final on the same day.
They probably
46.
would, but they need the same
Jemai
stadium.
144.
But this is a stadium that houses only one big series final every few months. Remember the 140 against Potter. If he didn't hit that shot, he wouldn't have this chance.
41. $81. Jemai require
Strike back.
103.
He's missed the big 14 to have left
70.
himself on double
71.
16.
Jack, you require 161.
He is going to return for it if Aldridge cannot find the 161. He's already had the 167 today, but he's not going to add that to the repertoire.
60. Jemai require
That was an
32.
aggressive last start. I don't blame him for going for the 60 there, in fact. The lie was so inviting.
Game shot in the second leg.
How good is that
Jemai
young man
Van
being on
den
double
Herik.
16 today?
Third leg is Jack to throw first.
What if this
up.
game goes 3-3? It's a one-leg shootout to win the group. And the closer it is,
40.
the more likely it is we're going to get somebody, namely Jack Aldridge, could actually lose this group
44.
with the best leg difference. We have seen that before.
Oh.
Oh, don't do a Tom Bissell. yes, everybody,
80.
there have been famous reels and all sorts of clips this year where people catch a dart in midair after a bounce out. Don't do it at home. It's fraught with peril. There is nothing positive that comes from it.
100.
The last thing you want is a steel tip in your hand.
Yeah, Aldridge almost taken out by his own equipment.
96.
Yeah, I think that's the second best catch I've ever seen. The Ella Clarkson catch from this place was better because he caught it backhanded.
100.
Again, don't try it at home.
Yeah, that is just perilous.
134.
Well, that's what happens when a dart truly hits a wire and then spits back out the board again.
Well, he's been the player that has found the bounce outs because of his very steep angle of attack.
60. Jack your car 151.
So 6 and 151. And so far, it's felt like a game dominated with the player who's had the throw.
41.
It's nervous is what it is because they both know what's on the line. Only one of these players has won a Group A before,
Jack your
and
car
Van den Herik is that person. But this shot is on.
70. Jemaya require 132.
He's already hit this today with 2 bulls and double 16, so why not do it again? Sounds easy. Isn't.
However, he's got a lovely guy for the ball if he could have found the treble 19 with dart
60.
2.
Jack, you require
And so
40.
this, to move himself halfway there for the third consecutive holder throw at the beginning of the contest.
Game shot in the third
No
leg,
mistake
Jack
whatsoever.
Aldridge.
And I have to say that
Fourth leg is
if
Jemaya
you
to throw
take
first.
out that opening match against Nathan Potter,
Game up.
Jack Aldridge's doubling has been of elite nature. 4 from 10 against Robert Thornton. The 4 from
59.
4 and the 109 average against Mike Warburton. 4 from 9, including 2 ton-plus checkouts and the 167 against Carl Batchelor. And in this game, 50% on the outer
84.
ring to put himself halfway towards glory.
But if you said to Jack before this game started that he was going to be on a 75 average,
44.
approaching the halfway point of leg 4, where do you think he'd be standing? What do you think his response would be to that?
43.
He'd probably think I'm 3-0 down. But this is not about averages. This is about visit to visit, almost playing beat the score darts.
64.
Just trying to cut some of the trudge out and steadily making your way to enough chances that will give you the game and the group.
140. $100.
And to be perfectly honest, a group like this, it feels only fitting if it was to head all the way, if it was to head all the distance.
66.
Oh no, that is a bogey number left.
$100.
I don't know who's favourite in this leg now. But whoever loses this match is going to be in Group B for the next 2 days.
140. Jemaya Carr 134.
I'll give you the lowdown on that in a second. Does he have another big finish in his locker when somebody's on a double? Not this time.
He's pulling a few darts
49.
low.
Jack, you require 28.
Maybe a sign of a bit of tension. But Aldridge here, double 14 for a prize breaker throw. It may be throwing for the win and the group in the next
Game
leg.
shot in
That's
the fourth
exactly
leg.
what Jack Aldridge is about to do.
Fifth leg is Jack to throw first.
As it turns out, he might have the most points in the group and the best leg difference, which on paper, it looks like a more serene passage into Saturday night.
57.
It's been anything but. But if Van den Herik does lose this game from this position, he's going to be playing against Jim McEwen, the Series 5 champion, Chaz Barstow, a 3-time weekly champion,
140.
and the very dangerous Welshman Jamie Lewis. in the nighttime slot.
Yeah, watch out, because
59.
Jamie's playing some really good stuff at the minute. Made it through to the final of his week last time. He's only beaten by the series champion, Jack Drayton. In the end, has been punching in some decent stuff. So, be interested to see how he gets on.
60.
Here's Jemai Van Heerik's race beginning to be run here.
134.
He's definitely running out of time.
$59.
Definitely advantage Aldridge now.
121.
Why not leave a finish you've already hit in this group? He finished it on the bullseye a couple of days ago. If he finds it again, the group is
58.
his.
Jack, you've got 130.
And as it turns out, he doesn't even have to hit it.
Had to glance at the scoreboard. We'll now look across to triple 80. Would have left it double 8.
90.
What a dream position this is. To come back for a double that you like. To be the number 1 player
44.
in week 10 in
Jack,
Group
you
A.
require 40.
Well, what a topsy-turvy 3 days it has been in this group.
Game shot.
But in the
And
end,
the
it's
man,
Jack Aldridge who
Aldridge.
conquers them all. He wins the winner-takes-all game against Jemai Van Heerik, and he is the first player to qualify through to Saturday night's final. My word, was that hard work. My word, was that a battle. And my word, will there be 1 or 2 dejected players on the other side of the coin following that. But it's Jack Aldridge who has won Group A. He's beaten Jemai Van Heerik by 4 legs to 1 to do exactly that. And we're going to be hearing from him on the other side of this short break.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Jack Aldridge win a winner-takes-all match against Jemai van den Herik right at the end of Group A by 4 legs to 1. So he is the first player to qualify through to Saturday night's final, and this is how he did it. 20 points to his name. Carl Batchelor and Jemai van den Herik on 18. Nathan Potter finished in a Group C position on 16. Mike Warburton on 12, and Robert Thornton bottom of the pile. But it is Jack Aldridge who has secured the first place into Saturday night's final, and he joins both myself and Paul Nicholson here in the studio to talk all about it. Jack, many congratulations. Job done, but goodness me, was that a helter-skelter ride of a day today?
Yeah, it was, to be fair. I mean, the first day I come here, I played really well, and for some reason the second day it happened, but I'm just glad to go over the line today. So
let's talk about your day, and I want to begin about the first game against Nathan Potter. After that game, be honest, how did you feel about your chances of going on and winning the group?
I felt all right, to be fair. I mean, the game against Nath, the first game, I felt like I played all right. I just thought like he kind of played just a bit better, and I just thought in my head, like, just win every game after that, and then you'll be okay. So, yeah.
Turned out that was exactly the case.
Yeah, it's a bit of a role reversal of Monday, actually, where his last game was a loss, and he still managed to have the best campaign of anybody on day one. But today we speculated that maybe somebody had to have the best day of their week, and that's exactly what happened. You can start with a loss, but you can still have your best day of the week. Still 4 wins from 5, but a better leg difference and a new level of performance as well.
Well, let's have a look at some of your best bits. And I suppose the big one was the Carl Batchelor game. I imagine that was probably the one you looked at, you targeted, knowing that he was top of the group, and you more and more than got the job done in this one.
Yeah, going into that game, I knew I had to pick up a big performance, like, and just get the win, essentially. So I was just glad to walk away with that from the win, like, so, yeah.
And then the 167 was that.
Oh yeah,
that was huge, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah, a couple of ball finishes, I think, in that game. So, yeah, it was nice. But I was just thinking about the win, really. Not knowing Carl was top, so, yeah.
Did that set the tone for that game? As in, for you took that out, Batch was handily placed on top. So did you feel as if you built ahead of steam, and maybe that just hit Carl a little bit? Yeah,
well, playing against any player, it's going to sting someone if, like, you're having big finishes like that. So, yeah.
And then the final game. Just tell me about the psyche, the mentality going into that game against Jemai van den Herik.
Yeah, that last game, I mean, backstage, we knew it was like a winner decider. So I kind of tried to G myself up as much as I can, but also you want to relax and just throw your darts. And I think there was a bit of a nervy moment out there in the end, but I was just glad to get it done.
I think that last game was critical for Jack because it's really good preparation for Saturday night, being in a knockout style game well ahead of it. So that might be a feeling he can take into Saturday. So when you play a second group game on a Saturday, for example, and you know you've got to win that game, that is not going to be a new sensation for him when he comes to Saturday now. It's recent experience and positive.
And I can imagine as well the way that you won this group, even though you got the couple of days off, you'll feel rather battle-hardened going into it.
Yeah, it was, I mean, it was really hard, to be fair. I mean, like after the first day, I started really well. And for some reason, it just happened yesterday. But, you know, I've got there in the end and I've battled through and I've done it. So I'm really happy with it.
We'll have another chat with you in just a second. Me and Nick are going to round up everything else that's happened in this group. And first of all, we'll talk about Jemai in a second. But Carl Batchelor had the lead at the beginning of the day, knew what he could have done on debut. He's, I don't, pardon the pun, but he's going to feel as sick as a pig, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going to feel a little bit sick. But one thing he can take from Wednesday is that we know his ceiling of performance now. In the same way that Jack put in 109 average today, so did Carl. But the problem was that 3 of his 5 performances today were in the 70s. His range was way too big. You can have 109, but you've got to back that up with 92s and 95s and the odd 85. today he wasn't backing that up with decent performances, and he found himself a little bit too vulnerable towards the end.
How does he regroup for Group B on Thursday and Friday night? Because we speak about reset mentality a lot. You get the sense he's going to have to do exactly that.
Yeah, that's true. You spoke to him yesterday morning, and he had a really nice attitude, saying that come Monday morning he wanted to win one game, and he got that in his very first match. But then after that, his ambitions changed. He wanted to make Saturday. He was so close to getting there. So the way he reacts in Group B over the next couple of days will be fascinating to see what kind of mentality he has. And the fact that it's his debut, he hasn't been through this before. So, yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens.
What would Jemai van den Herik? I feel like he's had a bit of a roller coaster over the course of the last 3 days.
Yeah, just a little bit. But I think all in all, even though he was in a winner-takes-all match with Jack at the end, I think he will say that things have been largely untidy. His doubles were better today, but this is the shot he's going to take away from today. Look at that. Potter's sitting on tops. He takes that incredible shot out. So when the chips are down, he is able to find some heroic stuff when he needs it. And that is going to be critical if he is going to have a chance of winning Saturday or even getting there.
Let's have a look at the players that are in Group C on Thursday and Friday that come out of this group. Nathan Potter, Mike Warburton and Robert Thornton. And just your assessment of their days and who you think has a real good chance of making it out of that group.
Well, in short, Potter's got to find a bit more consistency. Over the last couple of days, he's seen a lot of shots go very low on tops, very wide on tens. He's got to tidy that up. Robert is starting to trend in the right direction. He's got a couple of wins today, and he looked a lot more like his old self. And he's put Monday and Tuesday behind him. But as far as Warburton's concerned, we've said that he's quite one-paced with the mid to high 80s averages. If he can recreate that in Group C and throw in the odd 95, he's got every chance using his experience of making another Saturday. But if he's caught by the newcomer Kaya Basil and some other people coming in, I wouldn't be surprised because they know exactly what they're going to get from Mike.
But in terms of yourself, Jack, I get the sense it's a little bit of unfinished business with finals night because you got hit with a couple of hammers last time, didn't you?
Yeah, I was kind of unlucky last time. I won my game, and obviously, like whatever happened after, I was out like for that. So hopefully, coming to this Saturday, I can get it done and do the business.
Well, let's confirm your place through to the final. This is how the Group A table has finished up. Jack Aldridge in goal, top of the table on 20 points. Carl Batcher and Jemai van den Herik. They'll be going again in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. Nathan Potter, Mike Warburton and Robert Thornton going again in Group C. This is how the tournament bracket looks for the remainder of the week. You've got the former champion Jim McEwen alongside Chaz Barstow, who made it through the Champions League last time, and Jamie Lewis, who's knocking on the door. And I suppose the name everybody's looking out for, Nico, is in Group C. Kaya Basil's 16th birthday tomorrow. He's going to be eligible to play here for the first time. And we're looking forward to seeing what that young man's going to do on this stage.
Yeah, he's very well prepped for this debut because of all of the things he's done. Playing at Alexandra Palace against Mitchell Lorry in the junior final and becoming a junior world master thereafter, beating Mitchell Lorry in a final and playing the Junior Power League as well. With the likes of Turgle and Archie Self and Jack Johnson and those guys and Mitchell Lorry, it has prepared him very well for this debut, so he will be very ready.
The final word goes to yourself. If you were able to have success here on Saturday night, I get the sense it'd be another feather in the cap in what's been a very, very good year for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a good year. I started really well, like with Q School and stuff, as everybody knows, but to win this would be everything. It really would. So hopefully I can get it done.
We wish you all the very best on Saturday. Many congratulations on winning this group, and thank you for popping up here for a chat in the studio as well. Nico, it's been a pleasure the last few days. We shall reconvene again very soon. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up next, we're going to hear from Jemai van den Herik as part of the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk series. So you'll be able to hear a little bit more from him in due course. And then we've got another Tungsten Talk. That's with Simon Whitlock, the Wizard. That is from 4:25. So that is your tea time offering here on Pluto TV. But I'm sure all the attention tomorrow is going to be on Kaya Basil as he makes his debut here at the Super Series on his 16th birthday. He's going to be in action in Group C when that gets underway from 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And then we'll have the former champion Jim McEwen. He is going to be out to bat in Group B. That is from 10 o'clock. And of course, they're all prizing for their place in Saturday's final. That's exactly where Jack Aldridge is. That is Saturday from 7:30 p.m. and of course, live here on Pluto TV. Back in our natural time slot. But that is it from us, where Jack Aldridge conquers all to win Group A. From all of us here, take care, enjoy the football. Bye from us.
The new Modus Super Series champion. Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's match down.
5-star performance.
Ball for big fish.
It's
It's